Greetings. Spaghetti. Hey, no worries. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Playa. How you guys doing? What is really good? Blue Jays are in the World Series. That's how I'm doing. Hey, can't complain there. How's Ohtani doing? Is he gonna win another one? I gotta be honest, I don't know shit about baseball. I really don't. But I was just so impressed by Ohtani that I just like, it just made me want to watch some. How's the gym today? I just got done lifting. It was good. I didn't go today since it's Wednesday, but I'll go back again. I was there Monday, Tuesday. And it's going good. Just a lot, basically in just like bodybuilding style rep ranges of like 10 to 12. For, you know, Monday was push, and I moved my bench. We were doing flat bench, but I think I'm just gonna do incline bench from now on, just for safety's sake. I hear incline bench is a lot safer on you, and it develops more of the upper chest, I guess. So that's probably for the best, anyways. Joel is alive. That's true. He's not dead, not yet. One day, I will be free of this mortal coil. And then yesterday was honestly terrible. It was like squat, right? On the squat rack. And then we did single leg on the leg press. And then what did we finish with? Some leg extensions. Well, not extensions. Yeah, leg extensions for the quads. Just fucking rough, man. Something about quads just makes you want to like fall over and cry. How much can I lift? Just a couple mil. A couple thousand pounds. I had a short and funny Halloween party story I meant to write down. I'll have to check my notes. Yeah, send it in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Favorite time of the calls. Look for our lives. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, we got, what do we got? We got Halloween party stories. Dude, the channel's been kind of popping off lately. Just got my food stamps, so I'm very far below the poverty rate. Medicaid is being cut. I have serious medical DXDs. I'm sorry to hear that. Single leg, anything is pure pain. It really is. Like, also, hi Sonia. Yeah, like, definitely my left leg is substantially weaker than my right. Faux show. When my dressing up is, I'm gonna be Where's Waldo. Ballin threw me a bone. No bones were thrown. Strauss Outdoors. Welcome back for 2 months. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Also, if you guys haven't seen, there is a newer bonus content video, the Call-It-In Hotel. Be sure to check it out if you are a member of the channel. I threw Ballin a boner. Big wiener his way. Whoa, Apricot. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. On Saturday, I went to an emo night Halloween party at a nightclub. Dude, that's awesome. A nightclub. Interesting. I'm going to dress up as Luigi 3 different ways. Regular, rave Luigi, and sexy goth girl Luigi. I can only get so hard. That's awesome, though. Cool visuals running in the background. Thank you, yeah. I'm thinking about maybe asking Robin to give us something else. Maybe more of like a liminal space vibe or something like that. Maybe one of those like ongoing sort of synthwave, like traveling toward the mountains type thing. In like the digital Tron world, or I don't know, maybe something interesting. I'll have to give him some ideas. And Samira, welcome back to the Buttersaw Cult. You still have access to the bonus content. Dead Space. Yeah, maybe something. Who knows? I don't know. I feel like everywhere dude, I swear to God, everywhere I've been like looking, I just keep seeing this strange synchronicity in relation to the idea that like Philip K. Dick brought forward about like the recycling of like human souls and energy and all that kind of stuff in this like sort of reincarnation abstract sense, and creating reality just with our mind. You know, what comes first, I don't really know. I don't know. I feel like the more and more I keep hearing about it, it just seems like reality is actually a lot more magical than we are permitted to believe, and that the eternalness of our soul, or whatever we are, has been limited by our like forced scientific view about everything. Yeah, Philip K. Dick is pretty cool. Energy never stops. It doesn't seem like it. Like, are we just like vibrational atoms, like trapped, something trapped inside of them? Water, vibrational atoms. I have no idea. You had the best night ever at your goth party. You see the LA Chargers are bringing back their retro jersey. The LA Chargers, let's see this. LA Chargers retro jersey. Is it like more of the lighter? Which one is it? Like the baby blue one, or? I couldn't quite find it. Apparently DMT is released at the point of death, pretty sweet. Yeah, I've definitely heard that quite a bit, for sure. What are your thoughts on Lauren Crown Jewels heist? I heard about it, but I genuinely thought that it was just a meme. What happened? What's the Lauren? Or is the Louvre? The Louvre? Sorry, the Louvre. Crown. There's an actual heist. A heist in the big 2025 is crazy to me. Did my first Zumba class today. Super stressed at work and got Raising Cane's because I feel I earned it after Zumba and stressful day at work. No worries. That sounds good. Hey, sometimes you got to get the process of the workout in right first. Get that routine going, and then you can figure out the diet later. But, you know, you'll figure it out. But I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you're getting out there. That's honestly the most important part. Step one. They did it all in 7 minutes. It was very real. They stole $100 million worth of crown jewels in broad daylight. Holy shit. On the morning of Sunday, 19th of October 2025 at around 9:30 a.m. local time, a heist was carried out at the Louvre in Paris in the gallery known as the Galerie des Apollons, where historic French crown jewels are displayed. The thieves entered via the Seine, the sign facing facade, where construction was underway. They used a monte-meuble, a lift truck elevator commonly used for moving furniture in Paris, to reach a first-floor window. They cut through a window using power tools such as an angle/disc cutter, entered the gallery, smashed 2 high-security display cases, grabbed historic jewelry items, and escaped. The whole operation inside the museum reportedly took just 4 minutes, and from start to finish about 6 to 7 minutes. After stealing the items, the robbers fled on motor scooters, holy shit, motorbikes, via the lift route, leaving the scene. One of the stolen items, the crown of Empress Eugenie de Montijo, was dropped outside the museum during the escape and was recovered damaged. Damn. What was stolen? The French authorities say 8 jewelry items were stolen and 1 more was dropped. So initially 9 targeted from the crown jewels collection. Some of the key pieces stolen included a tiara, necklace, single earring from the sapphire, Palou, Queen Marie, Amélie, and Queen Hortense. Emerald necklace and pair of emerald earrings from the set of Empress Marie Louise's wife and Napoleon. Interesting. Wow. So, investigation aftermath. French authorities, including the Paris Prosecutor's Office and Interior Ministry, opened an investigation into theft by an organized gang and have more than 100 investigators assigned. Forensic teams have been reviewing CCTV footage, examining the tools left behind, such as cutters, blowtorch, walkie-talkies, and tracking the escape route. The museum was evacuated immediately and closed for the day, and parts of it remain under investigation. Security implications. The museum director admitted to gaps in surveillance coverage and accepted that security had fallen short. That's crazy. That's genuinely insane. And honestly, as bad as it sounds, I feel like I'm like loosely proud of them. But it makes you wonder, like, people doing something like that in under like 6 to 7 minutes, even though I don't fully grasp the extent of security or whatever. I am curious, do you think they were like hired by somebody? Because where do you go when you get something of that notoriety, that level of expense? Like, where do you go? And you can't just go over to a pawn shop and pawn off some crown jewels. I feel like you got to be hired by people through like a series of indirect connections in the same way they hire like a hitman. The black market. Where's that? Is that in the mall? We should start a mall store called Black Market. And so anytime anybody looks that up on Google, we just finds our store. Jacob with the 10 says, today was a good day for my brother and I visited our mother and we drove her crazy and we're singing Motorhead's Ace of Spades song from my mother told us to shut up. My brother and I laughed. Hell yeah, dude. Jacob, I'm glad you're feeling good. That's all I need. That's all I needed. I'm sad I haven't been here. I work 6 a.m. now, so I haven't been able to catch a live. Crime Girl, thank you. Also, Crime Girl, did I ask you if you got to see my Saturn Soul channel? I wanted to know what you thought, being a editor of the true crime content yourself. Melt down the metals, black market for wealthy buyers for the gems. It's just crazy. Crazy to think, like, how do you even be, like, if you're that wealthy to, like, purchase crown jewel gems off the black market, where do you display them? Can you only show them at your, like, Illuminati party or something? Where basically no one can, like, talk about it, otherwise they'll get ousted. I had an interview for a second remote job as a senior developer. I even gave a walkthrough demo during the call. Hope I get it. Start the other job in November. That's crazy, Stoic. You're a working fiend. Are you going to, like, quit the other one or just do both of them? Hey, Josie, what's up? At my fancy underground parties, they will see my crown jewels displayed around my necklace. It'll be the only thing I wear. You help me with my depression, Joe. I can relax when I listen to you. Thanks, bro. No worries, Ricky. Be sure to hit the gym. The gym and eating healthy and getting good sleep is what makes me feel less depressed. Faux show. Gives you something to work towards, you know? Hey, bro, just wanted to show support. I love listening to your videos and the work. It makes the day go by faster. Thank you, Tink. Good to see ya. Pin this for 2 minutes or you don't love Pradeep. Oh, no, I love Pradeep. Hey, Deshay, what's up? Hope you enjoyed your off Sunday. I did. It was, I don't know. I feel bad saying that I was going to jump on, but I had other stuff going. Do I have a favorite quote? Oh, man, that's a good question. I feel like I do have a favorite quote, but I feel like it's not coming into my mind at this point. The frost. It makes the blade stick. If you like to gamble, tell you I'm your man. You win some, you lose some. All the same to me. True, true. I'm not much of a gambling man. Honestly, I've been pretty anti-gambling right now because the NFL, in my opinion, should not be the way that it is right now if not for, like, the constant need to cover said spread. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really just seems like Vegas. Obviously, I don't know how it all transpires, but to me, it just feels like the NFL feels really inauthentic, the manner in which it's being played. I just find it really odd. We don't have any, like, very clear winners and losers. And then, obviously, the way that the refs seem to be treating the Kansas City Chiefs still, it's like nobody gives a shit about Taylor Swift's bullshit anymore. And Travis Kelce, like, I get it. We had that fucking, like, 3 or 4 years in a row, right? Do we really need another one? Like, just fucking move on. Let the boys play. Like, I get it. There's money to be made, but, like, you're going to lose more NFL fans the more this, like, shit seems to be rigged. What's today's theme? We got Halloween parties. It's going to be interesting. We'll kick it off here. Love the new channel. I need to watch your new video with the Toy Box Killers. What an effed up case. Yeah, that one's fucked. That one definitely stuck with me. People ask me about that from time to time. And I would say that one for sure. The huge push to market gambling genuinely unsettles me as someone with an addictive personality. Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, I know plenty of people who get stuck into that realm of... Like, I have a family member who literally just sits at the fucking gas station, you know, quote-unquote, skills games all day. All fucking day. You give them money, they just sit there and play that shit until they're dead. Until they're out of monsters to drink, you know what I mean? And it's just, it's so depressing. That's your fucking life. Is you look over and you're there to get like a little drink, right? And you look over at this like Indian gas station and you just see some fucking like sorry soul sitting there like staring at some screen, pressing a button over and over again. It's like, at least have the dignity to go home and lay in your bed and do it by yourself. You can't even smoke a cigarette in there. What's the goddamn point? How's the gym doing? The gym took a lot of restructuring, but I think we're on a really good direction with the new leadership that I put in there. So I'm hoping for good things. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to mitigate losses with that, and it was a very poor choice of investment to begin with, so do I regret it? I do, but now we're excited to see how things pan out. Just finished listening to your comp, Joel, also going to a Halloween party this weekend. Nice, dude. Be safe. Don't get too cray-cray. You bought all the equipment yet? I mean, yeah, we have. All the equipment's been bought for years at this point. Alright, friends. Hey, whoa, Apricot. Thank you for the 5 gifters. To each their own. I don't know if, like, tricking people to be inside of a gas station gambling all day is really a to each their own type scenario. Because it's very clearly like a... I don't know. I don't know. It's like turning a human's mind into... Oh, wait. 1 second. I gotta bring up my shit here. Shit. Oh, fuck. Was that 2 5 gifters? Or was it? Oh, no, it's that one there. It's feeding an addiction. It does. Is Ollie here? Ollie, you here? Sorry, I need to get my shit organized here, and I don't have my shit ready, so I apologize. I normally have it like all laid out in front of me here, but I do not currently, so this is kind of awkward. Apricot, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Thoughty Scotty, Antonio K, Michelle Pantino, Sarah Miller, and Game Fan April. Welcome. How's my weekend? My weekend was good. It was good, honestly. What did I even do? I don't even fucking remember. I legitimately don't remember anything. Everything just blends together. I'm in such a fucking haze. Sorry, I gotta get my... Okay, let me check my... I usually can have all the stories that we're doing compiled into like one area, but now I don't have them, so I'm like kind of confused on what to do here. Anyways, I guess we'll just Life of a Showgirl is good people need to chill, and I was anti-Swift and the album made me a fan. Was legit making a video on how much age sucks, and now I like her with... I mean, that's fair. I mean, I have nothing against people like enjoying Taylor. I'm just saying, like, a lot of the forcing NFL fans to like, you know, the Kansas City Chiefs has all stemmed from that like celebrity relationship of like Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, dude, we're over it. Like, whatever fucking thing that they're trying to get people to stare at their screen and create numbers and all that kind of stuff, I'm just... Okay, sorry. I just got sent the wrong thing, that's all. Alright. Take a quick break. No, it's all good. I just need to get things going here. Boom. Boom shakalaka, we're good now. Alright. Shim shim shalabim. All is well in the neighborhood. Okay, we got it. Tay-Tay is dope, but can't watch football anymore, just kind of boring, which is fair. Honestly, like, I can't really, like, I understand the sense of being bored in something, and a lot of it comes down to, like, one's experience or, like, one's, like, childhood kind of thing. If you grew up watching football, if you played it, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And for me, I played it and I watched it, so it's just kind of, like, always been part of my, like, culture to, in the same way, like, you know, people are obsessed with soccer and all that kind of shit. Been a fan since 2019. Your scary stories are ironically helped me fall asleep during my psychosis. Hey, I got you, bro. I will send you to La La Land. And thank you for listening. Anti-Hero was making a video to expose how her parents paid for her fame. Oh, right. Yeah, what is her history? What positions did I play? I played defensive end, and I played offensive line. Which is just something I had played since middle school, even though, like, I really probably should not have played offensive line, honestly, but I just, you know, I quite literally was in the trenches. It was fun, you know, and you definitely got strong by just, like, pushing people around all the fucking time and stuff, but you also just, like, smash into each other time and time again. Her dad bought a stake in the record label that signed her. Oh, okay. What did her dad do? What was his, like, job to make so much money? Anyways. So I was at a Halloween party back in 2001, and it was the craziest night of my life. I'll never forget it, even though I kind of wish I could. I didn't really know anyone there apart from the girl who had brought me, because we were kind of hooking up at the time. And she was a bit of a hood rat, and so were her friend. A hood rat. She was a hood rat. What are my expectations for the Running Man TV show? I don't even know, dude. I'm like such a normie when it comes to television shows and things like that. My attention span to, like, sit and watch a show is just at an all-time low, and my expectations for anything that's, like, written in Hollywood is always at an all-time low. So the only thing I can ever really make it through and, like, hope is okay is, like, a horror movie or some random other movie. House Pradeep, he's good, man. He's just always infinitely a good boy. Now he's digging around in his shitbox. I can hear it. What's up, Lucy? Hello. I'm sorry, bro. I've had too much time on my hands. That's all good. No, I definitively am the guy that has too much time on his hands. I just, like, what have I been doing? I played Mega Bonk. Do you guys play Mega Bonk? It's sort of like a Vampire Survivors game, but it's like a 3D game. And I'll be honest with you, it's a little bit harder than Vampire Survivors out the gate, but it's so addicting. It legitimately is, like, so incredibly addicting as you start to, like, unlock a bunch of shit and get some hours into it. Hey Kaylee, what's up? I even watched Jeepers Creepers movie twice last week. That's awesome. You got to catch up on the lore. Hey, Modern, yeah. Still don't believe Megabonk is real. It's not. It's just, I think it's a game that I made up inside of my own psychotic mind. Taylor's dad was a stockbroker for Merrill. Okay. So she's kind of like the definition of born into like Illuminati fame or whatever. Kind of makes you wonder to what extent she, her father continues to play as far as her, or who knows, maybe, I mean, isn't that how it was with Miley Cyrus as well? Wasn't Miley Cyrus also sort of like an industry plant where like her father had some pretty heavy sway? Well, I mean, I guess he was Jesse Race or whatever Cyrus. What am I talking about? Isn't there a bunch of them like that? Or no, Dua Lipa. Isn't Dua Lipa also sort of like an industry plant type Nepo situation? Am I completely off base? She's really Trump's daughter? Who, Miley Cyrus? Second movie when he shows the tongue to the guys in the bus. Oh yeah, the second one was crazy. Wasn't there supposed to be a third? Did they make a third? Oh, Taylor Swift as Donald Trump's daughter secretly, conspiratorially. I believe it. He's planted his seed everywhere he goes. Has anyone seen the emails written by Taylor Swift's father that he would do whatever it takes to make her famous, whether it was singing, acting, or modeling? She was always been treated like a product. That is kind of crazy. Unless that was, I don't know, maybe he just like did it because he just really wanted to make her happy in a sort of obsessive way. Jessica and Ashley Simpson were the ones with the really weird dad backstory. I think it was screened in one theater for one night or something. Oh, really? And they were just like not happening for Jeepers Creepers 3. I'm kind of curious what Taylor Swift's acting abilities would be like. I genuinely have never like seen her talk. I don't even know what she says or how she acts. Hey, Tea Time, what's up? Megabonk is, what are you talking about? Yeah, Megabonk is like a fun little game, but I don't really know why it wouldn't be real, but it's funny. I'm certain that just because she had rich parents doesn't mean that she had an easy time in life. Probably quite the opposite. I don't know why that would be. I'm not trying to put her down or anything like that, but I mean, if your parents are rich, I don't really imagine that you would have like a hard existence, you know what I mean? Because you're gonna live in a nice area, you're not gonna like want for anything, right? And you're gonna have all of the tools available for you to like train to be good at something. You're certainly not gonna like deal with any degree of like that people that are, come from a poverty-stricken favela would struggle with, I'm not trying to put her down or, whatever, but she certainly wouldn't have a difficult existence outside of traveling and dealing with her psychotic fans, which probably would be the worst thing to have to deal with. Like, I mean, I can't imagine what it would be like to be as big as someone like Taylor Swift and just genuinely probably despise having to deal with your, like, cult of personality fans, at that point. Messing with people's food is like messing with people's emotions. Smokey, foods are not going out for November. Also, if you have a balance on your card after the first, it's most likely not going to work. What are you talking about? Is there going to be a banking crisis here soon or something like that? Is that how I feel about you guys? No, I mean, you guys are a small community, you know what I mean? Like, and you guys never do anything like crazy in the sense of like attacking anyone for, like, I think Taylor's fans always attack everyone in like a cult way, right? And it's really uncomfortable and strange and probably downright terrifying, especially for herself. Are you talking about Tay-Tay for views, right, Meow? I mean, me talking about it doesn't really get me any views. I'm not like I'm like having a fucking, clickbait video or some stupid shit. Doesn't that go all the way? People who are super famous, why do people get all tied up about Taylor? I don't really know. I don't really quite know why the obsession with her is. You should do your own Eras tour and read different genres of creepypasta. I mean, I've heard people say, that is live readings and stuff. I mean, it would be interesting. It certainly would change things up. There are definitely celebrities with parents who made their lives extremely hard by pushing them to be successful. And that's true, too. I'm sure there's a degree of pressure on oneself, or maybe her parents were just like never as present, but maybe they were ultra present because they were so wealthy. Who knows? Aleister Crowley's daughter, that doesn't sound plausible. She's way too young, surely. She was a bit of a hood rat, and so were her friends. And when we got there was one chick just passed out on the front lawn, her skirt hitched up to reveal her underwear, and just sleeping out there with no shame. What the hell, right? I'd seen worse at... Oh. But what the hell, right? I'd seen worse at frat parties. Now, little did I realize that this sleeping beauty would become the beast of my Halloween. And an hour or so had passed at that point when we were all inside dancing and having fun and enjoying life. And then suddenly, this sleeping psycho comes crashing into the house, screaming that she just had a prophetic dream that the punch had been spiked with strychnine. Strychnine. Am I saying that right? Strychnine. Strictly 9. You could read birthday cards for people for money. Yeah, I guess I could do, like, what's that called? Cameo. It seems like a lot of celebrities do Cameo. Strychnine. Is it strychnine? Strychnine or strychnine? I heard you. I heard your thoughts. Strychnine. I sounds like the strike, and the 9 is just like the number. Okay. Bazinga. I don't understand why on YouTube you can just like make a new account and it lets you continue to talk even if you're banned. It's really weird. And babes, I think you should just ignore it, you know what I mean? Don't interact with it if it's going to be an ongoing issue. It's just kind of disruptive to the stream as a whole, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry that that's an issue, but it's kind of really annoying at this point. And then suddenly, the sleeping psycho comes crashing into the house, screaming that she just had a prophetic dream that the punch had been spiked with strychnine. Strychnine, fuck. I heard the guy say strychnine. And then suddenly, the sleeping psycho comes crashing into the house, screaming that she just had a prophetic dream that the punch had been spiked, with strychnine of all things. And then her eyes lit on me. She pointed and started screaming. I was the one. I was the stranger among them. I'd spiked the punch and was trying to enact some type of apocalypse prophecy. And I'm just sitting there like, no? But for some insane reason, half the party started to turn on me with some sort of suspicion. And someone yelled that they thought the punch had tasted a bit strange, and another person had shouted that they'd seen me pour something into the bowl. Of course, none of this damn crap had actually happened. I'm not Jim Jones. I was just there for a good time, but half the party didn't seem to be having it. And then the other half decided to come to my defense, and of course this was all insane. It was just Glenda who was always making up conspiracies and did actually have mental problems. So then this big fight broke out over me while I'm there ducking and dodging. This upcoming video better be 2 million hours long. I was falling asleep to your vids. It's gonna be 3 million. What's up, Beth? I think this guy spiked the punch for sure. What's up, Tiff? Oh, shoot. Where even am I? don't even know. I should have brought down my lip balm. Don't need tattoos? Yeah, on my lower back. So then this big fight broke out over me while I'm there ducking and dodging and diving to get away from this group of absolute mental idiots. So then this big fight broke out over me while I'm there ducking and dodging and diving to get away from this group of absolute idiots. And all the while, this Glenda lady is just screaming about how I'm the Antichrist and put strychnine in the punch. And at the time, I didn't even know what strychnine was. A group of guys grabbed me and started... Oh my god, this is fucking escalating quite fast. Jesus Christ. A group of guys seemed to believe her because they started grabbing me, holding me down, punching me. And at that point I thought this was it. I was probably dead. All these drunk idiots were going to kill me. I even tried to fight back, but it was at this point 5 versus 1. And then some other group of guys attacked them, and at that point it just gave me a chance to get free. I ran, jumped out of the car into... Oh. What's up, Thea? Do I bounce from story to story? What do you mean? Do I bounce on it? And I ran like the wind, jumped into my car and just hightailed it out of there. I didn't give a crap about the girl who'd invited me, and they were... Oh my god, I can't fucking read, dude. I didn't give a crap about the girl who invited me. They were her psycho friends, and as soon as I was far enough away, I called the cops. Now, I heard the party had gotten shut down, Jesus fuck. Now, I had heard the party got shut down, and of course, there was no trace of that strychnine or any other poison in the punch. And I never spoke to any of them again, and I never wanted to. It was the most pointlessly and terrifying night of my life, and I have to be honest, I've avoided Halloween parties or really any parties ever since, especially the punch. I don't know. No, it's like some of my struggles with reading is like trying to keep up with like how people's grammar is, and I need to like run it through a grammar thing, because when it just like jumps, like when it's a period and then it jumps right into a, you know what I mean, right into another thought, it's like so confusing for me. Because it still feels like it's like part of the same sentence, but it's, I guess not. I don't know. You saw Maroon 5. Nice. How was that? So I grew up in a pretty fundamentalist. Jensen, welcome back for 64 months. Says, anyone else use their foreskin as a sleeping bag? Just during the summertime. It's too thin a layer. That was actually a really short story, yeah. So I grew up in a pretty fundamentalist Christian town. Now I know what you're thinking. Christian communities like that get kind of a bad rap. Look, all I can share is my experience, and I grew up with strong morals, a strict but fair set of rules guiding me, and an understanding and loving of the teachings of Christ that I genuinely believe can make the world a better place if followed properly. Now, I'm not here to have some theological argument, though, but I want to set the scene that I lived in a very traditionally churchy town. I still live there now, and I'm proud to raise my kids here, and that's all I'll say. I'm not here to convert anyone else, so free... What's up, Alexa? What are you guys doing? You lost your foreskin in the woods. Must have been the hyenas. Must have been the thorn bushes. You got caught on there and you just kept running. No, I'm not here to convert anyone else, and feel free. Free will means you believe... Okay, right. No, I'm not here to convert anyone else. Free will means that you can believe whatever you want. That's... Fuck, man. I actually am so pissed I didn't bring my lip balm down here, because the shit that I use normally I got It like actually like grabs my lips so I don't like flow between the words. I'm not here to convert anyone else. Feel free. What the fuck am I reading? Well, I'll be right back. That's so fucking... Alright. I put on my makeup. I'm good. Jesus Christ. I don't know why. I'm just like not. You love Boards of Canada? Nice, dude. Me too. I don't know, the normal lip shit I was using it's very tacky, and it's great for moisture, like it maintains it there for a long time, but it like, when you're trying to read, it's like your lips get caught on it, and you make way more mistakes than you would, and then this other one is just like called All Good, I guess. I don't fucking know what the fuck it is, but it's like, yeah. I mean, I probably should just use the Aquifer, but you know, that's made out of petrol, or whatever the fuck. No, I'm not here to convert anyone else. Free will means that you can believe what you want. That's the beauty of it. But it is important to the story that you understand that from a very young age, I had a strong, willing faith in Christ that I and everyone around me celebrated. Now, we also went completely all out for Halloween. Our town, back in the 1980s, genuinely won awards for our... Now, our town... Fuck, man. Lip lubrication. Now, our town, back in the 1980s, genuinely won awards for our parades and decorations. Now, you see, we don't believe that you should shy away from Satan and the demonic. You should confront it, parody it, make fun of it. That's what Halloween is all about to a lot of Christians, and while it has its roots in pagan culture, I actually believe that the way some Christians have adopted it is a legitimately beautiful thing. All this to say, the annual children's Halloween party held at the church hall was a huge gosh darn deal for us local kids. We got to dress up as spooky, scary skeletons, ghosts, witches, beasts. We did draw the line at devils and demons, but I don't know if that was a rule or just an unspoken thing that we just simply didn't want to portray ourselves as directly satanic. But the lore, sort of, was that the townsfolk decorated the place all spooky-like, and if you... Wart, wart, wart. WD-40 lip balm. Let's go up there and spray my joints. Shivers down my spine. What's up, Gabriella? How we doing? But the lore, sort of, was that the townsfolk decorated the place all spooky-like, and if any real evil came to town, then they'd see all this and think, we're not welcome here. We knew it was all metaphorical and silly and a chance to let loose, but I think it was a genuinely nice lesson that our town elders came up with. Halloween was a Saturday that year. I was dressed as a vampire. My buddy, Billy Ukes, decided that he had to go as the Ultimate Warrior from WWF, and it was called that back then, so that brought on a few chuckles. Now, Sally Simpson was a witch, but the good kind. Sammy Hall was a classic skeleton, and you get it. The party, which, as I mentioned, was being held in the church hall, had some sandwiches, little cakes, party rings, jelly and ice cream, and everything a kid's party would actually have. It was decorated with paper bats and pumpkins, and there had even been a pumpkin carving contest that the mayor of the town, who I'll call Mr. Watkins, was going to judge later in the afternoon. And the event was mostly for the kids, but a lot of the adults attended too. It was a real community event. Now, I remember Derek Rogers, the then owner of the local bar, his son still owns it to this day, carried around the sound system down to the church hall and acted as a sort of DJ, playing classic Halloween hits like the Monster Mash and whatever other Halloween songs might have existed back then. I don't really remember too much about the music because Derek Rogers didn't get too far into his set before, I'll just call, the event happened. Now, we were all dancing and jiving and having fun in the middle of the church hall when suddenly, out of the blue, there was a huge crash and an explosion of stone and wood. People started screaming and running away from the direction of that sound. Me, I was just sort of standing there, frozen like some fool. A gosh darn truck, complete with wicked-looking metal roll bars on the front, had just crashed through the side of the church hall. I recognized the truck. It belonged to the handyman that I'd seen around town recently, and he was a newcomer, and we all had noticed these newcomers. Wait, what? He was a newcomer, and we all noticed... Oh, okay. Good at art, but you suck at makeup? I think you'll probably get good at it. I mean, you don't have to do it. I don't know. I honestly, like... The more minimalist amounts of makeup a girl wears to me, to where it like looks less like the person has makeup on, or rather no makeup at all, honestly, is I sometimes just wish people would, but I understand, you know, it's like part of the culture now, there's really no going back. I don't know, but I do kind of just wish people didn't wear it. You wouldn't even ever have to think about it again. Rook X with a 5 says, yo, let's read Master of the Chicken Feed that can lift 10 trees with a single knee. How you be? I'm good, bro. How are you? What is new, my friend? How's Hawaii? I think I missed the boat on getting good at makeup. Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, if you don't have to worry about it now, then who even cares? I always feel like I look like a little boy without makeup, but it's mainly eyelashes. Yeah, I feel like that. I remember there was a girl in school, she would only ever really do like her eyelash type situation. I was like, that, you know, I was like, there you go. That seems pretty solid. I can rip the trees out of the ground. Every guy says that. Yeah, you know, I mean, but, you know, I guess the retort that I get from when I say that is that, well, it's like, I like it, you know. I like it, I do it for me, and it makes me feel better. And I'm like, well, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But if it makes you feel better, then that's what you're into. Me, I just wear full The Ultimate Warrior from WWF. It's me every day. Why do online evangelists always use big letters like this? Online evangelists. Big letters like this. What do you mean? Like for YouTube videos or something like that? Hey Kai. No makeup. Makeup is my jam. Cover up the dark circles in my eyes and call it a day. Sounds good to me, honestly. Yeah, I wear the Stings makeup. Joel wears a full beat to town every day. This is true. I beat it to downtown. I once had a teacher that forgot to do the makeup for her eyebrows. She didn't have to. She used some makeup to draw them. Oh, right. Yeah, man, the eyebrows always blow my mind, where it's just like... to me, I think eyebrows... This is, once again, just my opinion. But I think, in my opinion, I feel like eyebrows should just be left alone, bro. Like, they look nice. Like, whether they're bushy... Like, there's so many beautiful women with, like, big, bushy eyebrows. Fucking normal eyebrows. Like, the ones where you just, like... I don't even know. Do they shave them? Do they take a razor to them and then draw them on? And I'm just like... Bro, what if you sweat? Where's the sweat gonna catch? It's gonna go right into your freaking irises. My eyebrows don't look all that nice. Have to use a little pomade. I don't even know, like, how does one even determine a bad eyebrow? I've literally never seen, like, an eyebrow on a girl and be like, oh shit, that's a deal breaker. Yeah, what about the debris? I only wear lashes. I've had full glam makeup 2 times. The last time was for my reception. I had full eyebrows. Yeah, I feel like I could see it for like a special occasion, maybe, or I don't know. But it's like the second it comes off and you're just like some other person. Yeah, it's whatever. Oh, you just make them darker. I just remember the chick at the bank. I was like going to the bank, I see her, and she has these eyebrows, but they're just like, I don't know. They're shaped like sort of like polygonal, and like almost like polygonal, but then they just like look like they're covered in some type of like, you know, tar, like maybe like a grease tar, like a grease paint. And it just looks like she took grease paint and covered up her eyebrows, and I don't know, they just look like completely plastered on, and I'm just like, the more inorganic a human looks to me, the more I just feel slightly uncomfortable. Your mom tattooed her eyebrows? I knew someone that tattooed their like eyeliner one time. Tattooing the eyebrows is a lot though, because like, what happened to the old ones? Where'd they go? I had a ceramics teacher in high school whose eyebrows looked so greasy. I don't know. What's up, Shane? She shaves them constantly. I wonder why. Just leave them alone. They're fine. Inorganic like a robot? A little bit, you know? Like like almost like Slappy the ventriloquist doll or something like that. You gotta download the eyebrow filter app because easy job. Yeah, dude. We should just be perceiving each other through pictures. We should never see each other in real life. I love everyone has so many thoughts about eyebrow makeup. I know, it seems like to be a really important thing, but in my mind, I feel like it should be a holy of holies that should remain untouched. I mean, I get why, like, some people might shave their mustache. They got a little mustache going on, or maybe they got a little unibrow or something like that. Like, I get that. But beyond that, I think you're all right. Thanks, Knowledge. Good to see you. Shave your mustache. It's fine. I mean, we grow hair. We grow hair on our bodies, and sometimes we don't want it there. What if the whole face was one eyebrow? Now that would be like a Wolfman situation. Yeah, an eyebrow trim makes sense. Do you have a P.O. box? Like to send things to show appreciation? I sadly don't. I'm sorry. Thank you for asking, though. And thank you for the consideration. You good with underarm hair on a lady, Joel? Honestly, I guess if objectively speaking, I would prefer not, but at the same time, like, if they're beautiful, they're beautiful. I wouldn't really care too much about, like, looking under their arms. Maybe it would take me, I'd see it and be like, ooh, she's changing. You know, like maybe you're in the midst of transitioning to Wolfman or something. But then once you assuage my fears that you haven't been bitten, I should be alright then. What if you have hair on your palms? You got monkey nucleosis. He was a newcomer, and we all noticed newcomers. I'd heard my mom and pops talk about how he spent almost all of his spare hours, when he wasn't doing odd jobs for cash, praying in the church. Nobody really knew where he lived, and they said maybe he just lived in his truck. He'd yelled at me one time when I'd been walking past his truck parked on the sidewalk where he was painting Widow Young's... Who are these fucking people in the town? They all got names. First and last names. Anyone here part of Group 7? Oh, it's like bored. What's your opinion on arm hair on ladies? I've always insecure mine and shaved them all the time, but nah, I do not care. I actually don't care about arm hair. I don't know why, like, it just doesn't look weird to me when I look at it on a woman's body. You know what I mean? I get why there's like certain expectations a girl would have for themselves, or maybe they had a mom who's always like, shave your arm hair or some shit, which, like, sometimes I wish moms would kind of like lay off their daughters a little bit when it came to like beauty bullshit, because I get like the moms are important to the daughters, the dads are important to the sons, and that type of bond and direction on what it, you know what I mean, like modeling behaviors and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, like, hair on the forearms, I don't even care. Because I remember I knew this one like Jewish girl, and she was so beautiful. She was just like insanely beautiful, but she had like hair on her arms, and like, you know, I would look at it and like, I don't even feel. I actually, you know what? I prefer it. Honestly, the more you swing from branch to branch, like peeling bananas, I'm into it. Toe hair lets me know that you're from the right Hobbit clan. That you're part of the, you're one of the Bagginses. I know girls usually have thin or light colored, but what about thick and dark? Honestly, I want you to look like a Romanian car salesman. That's what I'm going for. Rolled up sleeves, like your chest hair sticking out of your button down with a gold fucking chain. I want to see sweat dripping like right below the tits and then under the arms, with like a gut that's like about to shoot the bottom buttons out. But I really, really want you to sell me a fucking Audi. Butt hair is okay, but you also have to have a tail. If you don't have a nice long tail that helps you kind of like balance yourself as you're running away from wildlife. I met a family that's hair on top of their feet. I was like, what the fuck is that? You met a whole family. They all just like walked around their house, jingle jangling their tootsies. They get invited to the bar mitzvah, the butt mitzvah. I got wicked bad leg hair and I get too lazy to shave. Who cares, you know? He'd yelled at me one time when I'd been walking past his truck parked on the sidewalk where I was painting Widow Young's. Widow? They call people widow? Yeah, if your like butt hair doesn't have cornrows, I ain't even gonna holla at ya. He yelled at me one time when I'd been walking past his truck parked on the sidewalk where I was painting Widow Young's front porch. And he told me to get out of the way from his goddamn property, and he knew what the fuck? And he told me to get away. Home of the Hobbits, hell yeah. And he told me to get away from his goddamn property, and he knew what us young spawn of the devil were like. And he used language that I don't think no God-fearing man should actually use, especially to a kid. But I figured God must love him because he had a cross tattooed over his heart, which you could see when he was doing his labor. Now, though, he was leaping out of this truck, stumbling over the debris, and pointing at us kids. In one of his hands, he held some rusty tire iron, and I can't remember what he said word for word, but it was something like, "Spawns of Satan, little demons, I knew you were infesting the town with your effing evil, your goblins, and I can see through the masks you wear, and you're all gonna die." Of course, this made most of the kids start screaming, crying, running to their parents at the back of the room, and everyone was still a little shell-shocked from the truck coming crashing through the church hall wall, and most of the kids were younger than me and my friends. We were 8 and 9, and most of them were 5 or 6-year-olds. Now my protector instincts kicked in at that moment, and I spat out my little vampire fangs that I was wearing, which were annoying as heck anyway, and I definitely yelled at this handyman, "We ain't no evildoers, sir. We love Jesus just like you do." I might have been a little delirious given the situation. And then he said something that I didn't expect. He said that our town was infested with evil, all because we allowed, well, let's just say I can't repeat what he said, but there were certain racial slurs that implied that he did not believe in non-white people should be allowed. Did not believe non... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, what do monkeys do when they sit? Am I still on good terms with Mr. Ballin? Yeah, I mean, I guess objectively speaking, I did those 20 episodes, but I never, actually spoke to him himself. It was all just through the management team for all that kind of stuff, so it's all good. Hey, Justin. Can't let sexy Latinas be scared about body hair. True. I'm waiting for the Kevin Leonardo tutorial on butt hair dyeing to come out. I know, right? His profile picture should just be him spreading his asshole. And it's censors it by saying educational. If you delete my channel, you're a homophobe. Didn't ask to be born Latina. Bro, Latina's the best RNG you could ask for. Set for life. What we got? We got tamales, long nails. Then he said something. I did not expect. He said that our town was infested with evil because we allowed... Well, let's just say I can't repeat what he said, but there were certain racial slurs that implied that he did not believe non-white people should be allowed to live in our town. Then this absolute weird... What the fuck was that? Hashtag educational. Why do we comment? Do you read them, Joel? What do you mean, why do you comment? What did I do? Did I not read something? I honestly do. I wish I had chameleon eyes where one... I wish I had a chameleon eye and chameleon mouth, right? And I have eyeball over in the story and that mouth's recording, and then eyeball over on the chat and then that mouth's talking to you. It's hard, guys. It's hard. I can't give everyone the personalized attention that they deserve. I should be going to everyone's house every weekend, cleaning their fucking bathroom floors of all the poop and piss that's accumulated. I should be tucking everyone in at night, I should be kissing them on their little foreheads. I should be giving everyone a new Toyota Camry. Then this absolute weirdo rips his shirt off, and I saw that he had some other tattoos which were sort of cross-shaped, but not, and I think you can probably imagine the design that I'm talking about. And so there I was, an 8-year-old kid facing down some supremacist. So there I was, an 8-year-old kid facing down some racist who represented everything that I and Christ himself stood against. My little hands balled up into fists, and this handyman stared at me, totally fixated on me as he took one step towards me, and then another. I heard the sound of a gun being cocked, and then another, and then another. 7 of the adults had finally arrived on the scene. White, black, Latino, a multicultural mix of the beloved members of our community, our loved ones, the people this hateful man who'd risked killing a group of kids had decided were evil. One of the folks was my own dad. He put a hand on my shoulder and gently guided me behind him, whispering that I'd done good. And 7 guns were trained on this guy. I prayed to God, prayed harder than I ever had in my life that he wouldn't be stupid enough to charge at them and cause a firefight. I said the prayer, first under my breath and then louder and louder. "Jesus, forgive this man," I said. My mom had run up from behind and was trying to drag me away in case things did get violent, but I kept praying. And this handyman raised his tire iron, and he seemed like he was going to charge them. And then a gun went off. It was my dad's gun. And Dad had never been a good shot until Carl had always teased him for it, and to this day, I don't know if Dad's aim was true or off the mark, and he claims that he hit exactly where he had wanted to hit. And that bullet hit the handyman right in the hand holding the tire iron. Immediately, he dropped the weapon and began howling in pain. Dad just kind of stood there, frozen, while the other gun-toting townsfolk ran in, kicked the handyman's legs out from under him, and then held him forcibly at gunpoint until the sheriff's backup finally arrived. This handyman was arrested, charged, and sent to prison upstate. Now, I don't know exactly what the charges were brought on him, and I don't really want to know. All I know is that I attended a Halloween party where a deranged, misguided soul almost drove his truck into us, and then in my opinion we avoided any loss of life or serious trauma thanks to the love of Christ, the bravery of... Oh my god, that's a long fucking sentence. Powdered milk is so good. Powdered breast milk. Just keep reading, it's what we're actually here for, your wonderful speech. I know, but unfortunately I like to talk to the chat too. I had to leave and get powdered milk. How long am I on tonight? Probably another 2+ hours. All I know is that I attended a Halloween party where a deranged, misguided soul almost drove his stuffed crust. All I know is that I attended a Halloween party where a deranged, misguided soul almost drove his truck into us, and then in my opinion we avoided any loss of life or serious trauma thanks to the love of Jesus, the bravery of the townsfolk, my defiant inability to back down, and most importantly, we were saved by my dad's absolutely abysmal aim. And this was near 40 years ago, and the old man's still around. He still can't hit a barn door with a banjo, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Barn door with a banjo. He wouldn't hit a barn door with a banjo. Boneless pizza, what the hell? What the hell is that? Stuffed crumps. I do love stuffed crust. Why can't you eat stuffed crust every day and not get fat? What the fuck is that? I guess you could, but you would have to run like 10 miles a day. Yeah, I want someone to stuff... Wait a second. Currently working on a 4-page essay that I have to turn in tomorrow morning. Oh, bro, you can bang that out, no problem. Just keep typing. Don't even think as you go. Just go... Okay, this thought's going to matter. Or you know what you could do? You could voice to text, maybe. Maybe it'd be easier to have, like, stream of conscious thought, right? Think about that. Stream of conscious thought, you're, like, talking into either your phone or whatever voice-to-text app you might have, either on the computer or something. And then you can just oogly-boogly. No, don't tell them to use ChatGPT. No, we're not using ChatGPT to write our essays because it's going to make all of our future doctors and NASA scientists that won't exist or whatever, but still, it's going to make all of our smart people dumber as a whole because we're going to be so reliant that we won't even know how to, like, use our brains, you know what I mean? In the same way people get, like, addicted to porn or cocaine or some shit. If we don't, like, continuously challenge our brains while we're younger, it's like, who knows, maybe some of that gray matter won't even exist in the next generation. Everyone uses AI and chatbot in college today, Joel. I don't blame them, honestly, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like for something as simple as a 4-page essay, you might as well just, like, challenge yourself. The Dark Ages. Dude, what if the Dark Ages is just made up? What if the people that really control history just, like, said that didn't happen? People a few years younger than me are already getting confused on how we didn't use AI. I mean, it was hard, right? You know, and I'll be honest, like, there are, like, simplistic things that you can do where AI is just, like, helps expedite that process, but I mean, I feel like it's gonna, like, kill creativity, you know? But at the same time, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it'll just, like, amplify our efficiency or whatever. I mean, guys, honestly, we're being real with ourselves. We should all be, like, dead in a pile of rhino shit. Really? Objectively speaking. Like, if you knew... Okay, guys, listen. If you knew about a little kid in Africa that was dead in a pile of rhino shit right now, would you really care? You don't, because you haven't done anything about it thus far. So objectively speaking, we as a whole in the society should all be that same kid covered in poop and dead. And so, honestly, the fact that we even get to exist in a society where some type of robots get to tell us what to some type of clankers get to tell us what to do and how to think, and I think we maybe should just consider ourselves fortunate that we've made it to this point. We have arrived at modern day WALL-E level bullshit, where we're all just going to be a bunch of, like, morbidly 50 BMI obese globules that exist in, like, floating hover-rounds. And, you know, I thank God for DARPA. I thank God for our ancestors. I thank God for Robert Heinlein and Philip K. Dick for imagining in their brains this terrifying dystopia that we now find ourselves in. But where else were we supposed to be? What timeline should we have existed in? And honestly, if you want to exist in that timeline, go make it yourself. Go make your own timeline. If you don't want to be here, if you don't want a bunch of, like, fucking just absolute, you know, grilled cheese eaters running the country, go live in the woods, man. What can you really expect at this point? I mean, grilled cheese is good. Wait, who was that there was someone in the chat earlier who said that next Friday or something, or November 1st or something, all of our money is going to be worthless. What were they talking about? My friend and I say, like, every day we're going to disappear into the woods and never be seen again. You know, it's going to be a challenge, right? Like, you're not, like, let's think to ourselves. If you go to the woods, never to be seen again, what's going to happen? One, you die, right? And is dying the worst thing in the world? Technically, yes. But maybe even worse than that, you won't have diet soda, you won't have video games, you won't have Walmart, you won't have McDonald's, you won't have porn, you won't have Grindr, that's for Justin, you won't have I don't know, you won't have all these like fun amenities that people way smarter than us have created. And is living out in the woods and waiting to be, like, remember that one guy, he like ate berries and died from diarrhea, and they wrote a book about it, and it was somehow like so cool. That's the worst book ever. That's the least exciting existence ever, is, oh, I got to see nature for a while before I died 50 years before everybody else. It's not impressive. I'm most impressed with the people that can somehow avoid having to get insulin when they're 80. That's impressive. How is your body such a genetic anomaly that you've been able to withstand the absolute onslaught of our high fructose corn syrup waves? What is it about you that makes you just a complete freak beast, immune to our sugars? Consume. Guys, I need you to eat more. You had a near-death experience that was peaceful for a brief moment. What happened? Don't actually experience death itself, so can it be that bad? Maybe a little bit. I think the craziest thing to me, have you ever like seen one of your friends, they're like a happy, go lucky person, everything's pleasant with them, like nothing can faze them at all. Have an animal bite them. Have an animal like genuinely bite into them really fucking hard, and just see how pleasant and happy they suddenly are. It's an interesting experience, I'll be honest with you. Like, anytime I ever see someone, maybe they snuck into the polar bear exhibit, or they got too close to the tiger cage, and then suddenly they're getting yanked on by a hyena, it's like they're not too happy in that moment. And honestly, I feel like that might be an indicator that death by itself is not the most peaceful experience that we shouldn't strive for per se. But okay, yeah, long story short, I'm just trying to say that I'd be very scared to get eaten alive. Just like oh my god, just like a fucking giant, this is some Joe Rogan shit here, but think about it, like honestly think about it. Grizzly bear, right? 1,000 pounds. You can't even squat 1,000 pounds. You can't even squat 225 below parallel. Grizzly bear. Fucking giant ass claw from the Mesozoic era on your fucking back, and it's taking like the tip of its teeth, not even like the side canines, it's taking the tip of its lippity teeth, looking like whenever fucking Squidward bites into that cheeseburger and bites off some of the cheeseburger foreskin in that one meme on SpongeBob. They got their claw on your back, holding you down, and he takes a fucking, just a tear, a rip of your back between your shoulder blades, and just peels all the way down to your fucking lumbar. Your lumbar. That type of death would be unpreferable. I saw this video where a man was on the toilet and a deer and a bear jumped in his bathroom in Alaska. That was real. That was actually happened to me before. You see the backcountry movie where the guy gets mauled by the bear? Terrifying. I haven't, but I'm gonna watch it now. I'm gonna watch it now and make you guys listen to me watch it. What I ate for dinner today? It was actually good. I went over to my friend's place and we had, he made stuffed portobello mushrooms with like pulled pork in them, like rice and pulled pork, and it was so fucking good. Honestly, the mushrooms, I'll be honest, they didn't have a lot of flavor, but you know, sometimes mushrooms just don't really have it. I guess you could like grill them and like blacken them to maybe kind of give them a bit of a crispiness. It's kind of a shame there's no way to watch a movie as a group for commentary and whatnot. I guess you could watch old movies. Like, you could watch movies before, like, copyright existed or some shit. And if that would be even remotely entertaining, I'm not really sure. You know what's crazy, too, is, like, YouTube should totally... Because there's a whole... Dude, look up free movies on YouTube, and there's an entire YouTube movies section that you don't have to pay for. You can just have an account on YouTube and watch them. And there's some actually solid good ones. Like, there's some decent animation ones that are on there right now. And I believe that if YouTube could somehow finagle those, YouTube should also permit you to, like, react to them in, like, a streaming sense as, like, a team. And I think that would be really fun. Except I would definitively break the rule of, like, talking over it the whole time. So some people have some pretty weird triggers. And back when I used Twitter, I'd see people listing things like Fall Guys or Baked Beans or Happiness or Dream the Minecraft YouTuber as trigger warnings. Okay, maybe the last one is fair, but I used to kind of roll my eyes and think, how did these people actually manage to make it through life, being triggered by the little beans from Fall Guys? And then I developed severe PTSD from Elvis Presley, and I understood. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit goofy here, but it's just to mask the pain. I genuinely do become a sobbing, quivering wreck if I look at Elvis Presley too long, or worse, an Elvis impress. Fuck. Do I bathe Pradeep? I do not know. I do if he's like ever like covered in shit or mud or something weird. But yeah, I don't really give Pradeep a bath. He just cleans himself. He gives himself a bath. YouTube should also give free NFL. Oh, I remember they had that on like Amazon Video, and I do remember like streamers being pretty excited to watch Saturday Night Football. Can we be besties? We already are. Does Pradeep have any funny quirks? Yeah, he does. I mean, like I told you, like he's terrified of like trash bags. He, for some reason, when I start to put my shoes on, he gets like scared of my shoes. But then once they're on my feet, he's fine. Hey Yuji, what's up? He likes to roll on his back. I don't know. What are his other weird quirks? He's just a cute little guy, you know what I mean? Hey, Sweater Fuzzies. Joel showed B-rated movies for a short period, I remember. I did? I don't remember that at all. Did you ever eat grass, then vomit it out? Yeah, I guess I did get him that, like, indoor grass thing. And that's all he would do. He would just, like, eat it, and then I'd find, like, a pile of it thrown up elsewhere. Oh, yeah, Vampire the Masquerades 2 is out, or whatever. Anybody play that at all? I also played a little bit of, what the heck was it called? Painkiller. Have you guys heard of the game Painkiller? There's a new one out that's basically just like a Left 4 Dead game. And for some reason it's only three players co-op. Even though there's like 4 characters, you can only do 3 players. Which is, I don't know, that just seems kind of stupid, but it's very similar to like Vermintide or Left 4 Dead. And it's pretty good. Do you play Madden or 2K? I don't know. I think they're just shit. I mean, 2K might be okay because the 2K games are just better than Madden in general, but like Madden to me is so weird. It's like hasn't gotten better in years. It still dude, the animations and movement in Madden to me still looks Like the same fucking dog shit crap I've seen since like 2003. And the weirdest part was, do you remember whenever like Madden was supposed to come out on the Xbox 360? Do you guys remember that? They advertised it like it was this huge, like the advertisements were like just pre-rendered videos, sadly. But they made it seem like it was this big, huge jump. And then the game came out and it was just identical to what it was before with a new coat of paint, and then they just like never changed it. And then obviously I think it was like 2005 is whenever they made the monopoly bullshit, the deal they did with the NFL, and now we get no competing football games at all. Nobody's motivated to, even though I think they should just make one just for fun, you know, with some fake teams or whatever, and just for fun, just for the appreciation of the game, you know. I'm sure you'd be able to find something. Would I play the Reanimal demo? It's good. I'll probably just wait for Reanimal to come out as a full game and just play it on stream, because I just didn't want to like ruin it or anything for me. Do you play the new boxing game? Is that Fight Night? I did play Fight Night 1, 2, and 3 back in the day, and I love the Fight Night games, but I didn't know there was like a whole new boxing thing. Your party story is now submitted to the inbox. Nice. Is it Halloween related? Remember NFL Blitz? Yeah, NFL Blitz was so good. Do you guys remember on the 360 there was a game called Backbreaker? And it was one of the few games that had used the Euphoria animation system that you saw on like GTA 4. But they had like such a shitty camera angle that it was like almost impossible to play. Like if that game just had normal Madden camera angles, I would have loved it, you know, but for whatever reason they wanted to make it like immersive and like have it right over the fucking shoulder. But the movement just like, I don't know, the controls did not lend itself to that like at all. Would you ever be a professional sniper if you didn't do Let's Read? Yeah, it's probably what I would have ended up doing. Probably be a Navy squeal. Jake Paul is undisputed. It's Halloween, really. It's not scary, though. Oh, okay. Dang. Have you heard that EA was sold to someone in Saudi? I did, yeah. Which kind of, I guess, is similar to, like, China's Tencent. But I guess I'm just curious. Like, we already kind of know what, like... Well, we don't actually know sometimes, like, what Chinese propaganda is. But obviously it can't ever, like, criticize... You know, it can't ever criticize the CCP or whatever. But I'm curious now, like, so EA is going to make games that, can never criticize any sort of Saudi interests or something? I don't know what to expect from it. Maybe they'll get better. Maybe EA is going to start kicking ass again. Maybe there's someone over there that just, like, loves games so much that they're like, fuck it, I'm going to buy them. Okay, yeah, maybe I am being a bit goofy here, but it's just to mask the pain, really. I genuinely do become a sobbing, quivering wreck if I look at Elvis Presley too long, or worse, an Elvis Presley impersonator. I'm not even exaggerating either. It began when I was invited to a Halloween party with a specific costume gimmick. That gimmick? Freaking Elvis. Entrance was $5, or if you came dressed as Elvis, you got in free. I did not have an Elvis costume, so I just paid the $5 entrance fee, and I'd say about half of the partygoers skipped the Elvis nonsense too, but this still left like 30 or 40. Can't believe Nintendo now owns the game mechanic of summoning and riding creatures. Like, how greedy can they be? Well, even worse is the fact that they, from what I recall, is that they did that, or they filed for a patent retroactively. Like in the past. Like, so it wasn't even like they had a specific patent for it. It was like they were able to use their legalese to sue. I don't know. What was it? What was the game that they sued? Pal World. They were able to shit on Pal World like retroactively, and it's just like, bro, there's been so many other games, so many other fucking Pokemon clone games, but for some reason they specifically hone in on Pal World. I just do not understand. Patent and trademark and copyright law is so distorted from the original intent. Can imagine, yeah. It's just so dumb. Like, oh, God forbid, like Pal World actually, makes a Pokemon. It's just so. When you look at Nintendo games, they're just so fucking generic. Like, they're good, they do what they do right, and that's why they have the huge audience they do. But how many times have you played a Pokemon game and you're like, dude, I feel like the incremental change that you literally anticipate from some games, like updates or like massive jumps forward that you would see from like year to year back in the day, they just don't. I don't know. They just don't. That's true. Nintendo's gonna put a sniper bullet through my head if I talk anymore about Pikachu. Which came first, Pokemon or Digimon? I think it was Pokemon. I think Pokemon was like, damn, that was all the way. I think Pokemon was first realized like late 80s or something. Surprise Pikachu face when I get shot in the head by Nintendo for talking shit. So technically Nintendo can sue Digimon? I don't know. I think the only reason they didn't go after Digimon was, I'm surprised they didn't already, was because they actually have like legal backing, whereas like Power World's an independent studio. So in, you know, Nintendo's like terrible lawyers sense, they're like, oh, these guys can't defend themselves. You know what I mean? All they can do is change. Well, that's true. I mean, Digimon and Pokemon are completely different. It's just digital monsters versus pocket monsters. Pocket pussy monsters. I played the new Pokemon game, Joe. I haven't. I probably won't. I don't know. Pokemon looks like shit. It just looks like fucking complete, like the fact that I have to like hear like, how does Pokemon run? We're doing a technical breakdown of how well the game runs on the new Switch 2. It's like, I should not have to fucking ever consider how well it runs. It should just baseline run at its 30 to 60 frames per second, no fucking bugs, no fucking issues. You know what I mean? It's just like the most simplistic bullshit, but somehow like every time Nintendo comes out with a new system, it's like they're always like 9 steps behind on purpose. And then now we've gotten to the point where they're so far behind that they can't even like run the most generic fucking, you know, polygonal graphics on their crap. Like, that's when you know Nintendo's going downhill, where there's just no like polish. You used to have like fucking Nintendo polish where it just like it came out and it's gonna fucking run good for the next 7 years till the next system comes out. And now it's just good fucking luck. People's legs are gonna be up in their assholes. Pokemon! Pokemon! Hurrah! Pokemon! How many miles can I run? Probably not many. The most I ever ran in a row was back when I was like 21, and I ran like 11. And that was rough. But it was kind of like a peak, like, I think at the time all I had run were like 3 miles to like 5 miles at a time. And then the one day, 21. And then my friend, he was a crazy athlete, and he just like kept going for 11 miles. And I kept going. How many kilometers? I guess, what is that? 11 miles is, 1 mile is what, 2.2 kilometers? Or no. Yeah. No. Yeah. I was just running from the police. But that still left 30 or 40. Oh my god. But that still left 30 or 40 poorly conceived Elvises who had not left the building. And I'm not great with super tight crowds, and the party was way busier than it should have been. It was held in someone's house, and I don't think they realized the draw that the Elvis gimmick would create. There were men trying their best to be the king. There were goofy Elvises dancing in their blue suede shoes. There were sexy Elvises, both female and male, and I even saw one girl using the anonymity of her Elvis mask to repeatedly flash her breasts. And I was glad that I'd shown up in sensible jeans and a strappy top. I can't go wrong with being boring, and I'd gotten a ride with a friend who doesn't drink, so I helped myself to a beer from the keg. I needed it to deal with the ongoing atmosphere. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention, as part of the Elvis Ween... Elvis Ween. What? I feel like you could do 5 easily. I mean, I don't know. Like, if I go through my, like, you want to hear my fitness history as a whole? I started working out, playing football when I was like 13, 14, right? Lifting weights, doing football bullshit. We would run, we would sprint, we would lift weights, blah, blah, blah. We would push each other around, etc. And then I got to college, and all I did was trail run. That was just like my exercise. I didn't lift weights. I just ran. I literally went from like 200 pounds to like 155 pounds on like a 5'10" frame just for like all of college. It was really stupid. And then I graduated college and I got into CrossFit, which was like lifting, but also like all sorts of various like cardio bullshit. And that was like 2014. And I immediately started eating a lot more and got back up to like, 175, 185. And yeah, I just did like CrossFit from like 2014 pretty much till like COVID in like 2020. And then is being lean bad? Being lean is okay. I mean, as long as you have like a good amount of muscle, because like having muscle is just good in the sense of like keeping your serum glucose as a whole down. And, muscle is just one of those like longevity organs that's always going to like need energy and use energy and allow you to do things and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And so like my cardio was like pretty solid from 2014 to 2020. But then now from like 2020 onward, I've just kind of been like, I still do some cardio stuff here and there, but I just don't like it. You know what I mean? I just genuinely do not like doing cardio. I like lifting weights, and I'll do stuff like I'll put on a vest and go on like a walk or whatever, or like walk on an incline, and get my cardio that way, or some shit, like start sweating and stuff. But I don't know, to like this idea of like running again and getting back into like running and like having diarrhea after you run or whatever. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I'd rather just like pick up the weight, put it down, get the pump going. You know what I'm saying? Doing an hour cardio 3 to 4 days a week. I mean, that's amazing. I honestly think that's awesome. I'm more respect to, and it probably is something that I might become addicted to if I got into it. But it's like, once you get your like weightlifting done in like the hour or two that it takes, the last thing I want to fucking do is just like stick around and do fucking cardio, bro, and take another fucking shower. There's only 3 showers between now and Christmas. But I don't mind the fast-paced walking. I actually love walking, but I hate running. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. In the stream, me ranting during a stream is cardio. My heart palpitating for Palpatines, but it's not ideal to put your body in stress state with too much cardio, but yes, it should be in there somewhere. Yeah, I remember like recently hearing that like long distance, like chronic running, especially if you do get like diarrhea after it, can actually be correlated to like developing cancers as well, because you're constantly creating a bowel irritation. So if you ever do get like diarrhea or some type of like the runs after like running long periods of distances, we should maybe consider cutting back on it a little bit and just incorporating weightlifting, so that I don't know, just the fact that you have more muscle can help you regulate your glucose better. And like, what's the one thing that cancer feeds off of in almost all circumstances? It's fucking, sugar. So if you have the muscle to like utilize that sugar or store it, And muscles look better. Yeah, I mean, like, that's great. You can, outpace me to the next town or some shit, you know what I mean? But it's like, isn't it way cooler to, like, feel aesthetic a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I hate being out of breath. Also, probably doesn't help that I smoke weed and vape. Yeah. Do I work out? Yeah, I was talking about lifting a lot of weights. Fasting, yeah. Fasting is so good. I genuinely want to know, like, how many days I could fast. Like, I've done 48 hours, and that shit, you were, like, locked in. You're like, holy fuck, I have not eaten, and I am, like, zoned in. I can smell everything. But it's like, you love it. You know what I mean? You just, like, there's something about it I just, like, love. I feel clean. I feel empty. I don't feel, like, weighed down by the process of, like, endless digestion. But yeah, maybe I could try a 3-day or something. Maybe I could just get, like, a big gallon jug of, like, electrolyte water or some shit. You fasted for 30 days, lost 50 pounds, and all my vitals were perfect. That's crazy. Did you just go into it, like, what was that like? And then I hear coming out of your fast, you have to be, like, really careful with what you eat directly afterwards, or you could have some type of negative reactions. I'm not really sure. You love fasting during manic episodes. Oh, perfect. Functional workouts are great. Oh, yeah. I was a wrestler in high school. I fucking hate fasting. I can't hold food in. I have terrible IBS because of cutting weight. Oh, yeah. I do feel bad for a lot of wrestlers. Like, they end up, I don't know, you can just tell a lot of wrestlers, not all of them, but a lot of them end up having, like, a stunted growth because all they do is, like, cut their weight, all the time, trying to, like, stay 155 pounds when it's pretty clear that, they should be 175 or 185, but they're just, like, starving themselves while doing, like, heavy amounts of cardio. I don't know. I don't like that idea of, like, maintaining weight, but at the same time, I guess it makes sense within the sport or whatever. I had a high body fat percentage, so it was easy for me. Never felt weak or tired. The key is to have a lot of electrolytes. Yeah, would you have them on, like, a timer or something? Look into tap dancing. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. As part of the Elvis Ween, guess what singer was playing constantly on the stereo? Absolutely no break from Elvis's greatest hits, playing on repeat via Spotify. And even after my first drink, I was deeply regretting being there, but my friend had wanted to come, and she really loved Elvis. And when I decided to get my second drink, And when I decided to get my second drink, a short female Elvis stumbled up to me and handed me a red plastic cup of beer. She mumbled something about suspicious minds and sort of staggered off. No, normally I would never accept a drink from a stranger, but even with the Elvis costume, I recognized her as another friend from college. Little did I realize that she wasn't saying suspicious minds, and she was trying to tell me that the drink was suspicious, and could I get rid of it for her. After the events of the party, I asked her why she handled it this way, and she could barely even remember. She said that she was drunk and scared that there was an Elvis who wouldn't leave her alone, and she was worried that her drink was spiked. Of course, being the buzzed idiot I was, and having sensory overload from so much Elvis, I just downed that drink. And I don't think it was roofied or anything. I've been roofied before, sadly, and it didn't feel like that, but there was something in that drink. Something that almost immediately started giving me a headache and the sweats. I started looking around for my friend, trying to tell her that I needed to go and that I really didn't feel good. And that's when I saw him. The most realistic-looking Elvis at the party. He didn't wear a mask. His hair was styled in a pompadour. Hey Zella, what's up? Weren't you already here? Oh, you're talking to Naterator, sorry. Oh, shit. Is that what it is? Low body fat but muscle? I was confused as to why more than 18 hours made me always feel like I was dying. Well, yeah, at that point, I mean, at 18 hours, what are we doing? At the 18 hours, I think it's pulled out all of the glucose from your muscles, right? All the stored glycogen from your muscles in your liver. So if you don't have a lot of body fat to pull from after that, then it might not really make a lot of sense for you to fast, because you don't really have much to lose. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's staring at me across the room next, but oh. Wait, where am I at? Hey Melissa, good to see you. 1,000 yawns were launched. Medical professional here. More frequent, smaller meals help you lose weight more than intermittent fasting. More frequent, smaller meals help you lose faster than intermittent fasting. I mean, doesn't it just come down to like thermodynamics and stuff as far as your overall calorie intake and that kind of thing? And I feel like there's got to be some aspect of like it's general, like your hormones coming into, it's stoking the fire. So yes, so like more frequent meals helps to what, increase that thermodynamic system? I don't know. I honestly don't know. And that's when I saw him, the most realistic looking Elvis at the party. They didn't wear a mask. His hair was styled. Oh, that's what I was looking up, the pompadour. Pompadour. You know that Mormons fast? I feel like every religious sect fasts. Well, not always, but a lot of them probably incorporate it to some degree. I eat frequently protein and fiber, so I can't do fasting anymore. Yeah, dude, you're good. Protein, fiber, you're like set. Especially if you don't have like high body fat counts. I thought it was only Muslims. It's definitely prevalent on like Ramadan and stuff like that, but it just depends on like what sect of whatever religion you're in. But a lot of the Abrahamic ones seem to incorporate, not all of them, but it's certainly present there within their subsects and stuff. Medical professional, are you one of those, Joel? I mean, like, yeah, I was a nurse and stuff, but I think at the end of the day, like, everything I've come to find, it's like whatever kind of like works for you for the most part. Like some people, a lot of the bodybuilding places, a lot of the bodybuilding people like Mike Israel and that kind of thing. I'm not saying he's the only one, but basically all like the people I see in the physique realm, yeah, they're gonna eat more frequently. They're going to count their calories, and as long as you're in like a calorie deficit of like 300 to 500 daily for whatever your basal metabolic rate is, you're probably going to like, lose fat. But there's also, I feel like, gotta be like hormonal benefits, and they talk about like autophagy occurring whenever you're doing like fasting for like 2 or 3 days. Doesn't mean that everyone should do it, and they should certainly consult someone if they have any like medical history that could interfere with that. But I can also meal prep. That's true. I don't know. It's so hard to like lock in. Like I can go, I love to work out, I love to lift weights, I love to do the thing. But when it comes to diet, it's like you get done and you're like, fuck me. But I definitely believe that, yeah, like focusing protein and your fiber or whatever is probably one of the most satiating ways to like get your metabolism and body to where you want it to be. Best advice I always used to take your body weight and add a 0. Eat 500 calories less than that, and you will lose your weight so easily. Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense. Does anyone here ever get heart flutters or old palpitations when they fast? That's definitely something to consider, because I know that there's people that are always like wanting you to make sure you get your electrolytes and all that kind of stuff, so you might have to, I don't know, be careful with that, or at least make sure that you're getting like the LMNT drinks or whatever in between, getting appropriate like potassium salt exchange and all that kind of shit. It happened to me and it's spooky. Yeah, I don't know. Could probably look into that, but definitely be careful. And if it doesn't agree with you, it doesn't agree with you. You don't want to find yourself in a bad situation. And I guess it also depends on how much maybe caffeine that you had on that day. Because sometimes, like, if you're trying to lose weight and you're doing fasting and you kind of have that, like, oral fixation, a lot of people might sit there and just, like, overdrink a shit ton of caffeine as well. And I don't know. And that's when I saw him, the most realistic-looking Elvis at the party. He didn't wear a mask, his hair was styled in a pompadour, and he wore Elvis sunglasses and that white rhinestone suit that made the king so famous. And there was only one man that I knew who could look that much like Elvis without actually being Elvis. And remember when I said that I'd been roofied before? Well, I'd been roofied by my ex-boyfriend a year before, and he had that same baby face, that same dark hair, the same build, everything. This was him. The Elvis staring at me, across the room. I had to take a... Okay. El boyfriend. Hola, es el boyfriend. Fasting isn't advised for diabetics. Yeah, definitely not, especially not type 1 diabetics for sure. This was him. The Elvis staring at me across the room was my ex-boyfriend Rodney. I'd had to take a restraining order out against him, and I was never able to prove that he was the one who roofied me, but he became what they call a fixated individual after I broke up with him. A complete and utter nut job, so to speak, and now here he was, dressed as Elvis, watching me from across the room. And I know that he was watching me because he did that thing where he used 2 fingers to point to his eyes, then to me to say, "Hey, I'm watching you." And I darted into the other room looking for my friend. Where the hell was she? I squeezed through the crowd, shoving lesser Elvises left and right, and people were yelling at me, telling me to watch it, to just chill, but I could feel Elvis's... What's everyone's favorite dessert? Oh man, what is everyone's favorite dessert? And whenever you think of it, 3D print it and send it to me. What's up, Muffin? God bless America. Huge bottle of vape juice spill over me that was almost as bad as the rest of the day. Worst headache ever. Contact high through my clothes. That's crazy. Yeah, I would have had to like rip all those off and then take a shower. Tiramisu. Oh, that sounds yummy. Cheesecake. Yeah, dude. Really, any sort of like dessert that's like moist and dense. That's my shit. For sure. Like, my mother used to make angel food cake quite a bit. And I loved the icing, but I hated the angel food cake itself because it was so light and fluffy that it might as well have just been cotton candy. Because anytime you go to like take your fork into it and you come to find that like at its true density it was only about like, you know, half a decacentimeter, you know, in distance from the ground, which made me so sad. Portillo's chocolate cake. Tres leches. Egg whites. Does that make it thicker? A good pud. You should make your own good pud. What would you had to put something in it. Pudding, wait, that's your favorite is pudding? Just a bunch of goop? I mean, it's probably good goop, but I feel like you need some texture in there or something. Mango float. Egg pie. It's like a brick of chocolate truffle, like extra dense fudge. The slices are often tiny, it's still hard to get through one. Okay, he's just kidding. Phew. Phew. I don't know. I feel like pudding is good, but it needs fucking like some crunched up Oreos or something on top of it. Have you ever tried Basque cheesecake? Basque or Basque? I don't know how to say it. Some whipped cream. Whipped. My favorite whipped cream. Tapioca is pretty slept on. Yeah, like rice pudding. I used to love rice pudding growing up. It had some texture, you know what I'm saying? Whipped rice pudding. What's more important to you guys, texture or taste? Definitely taste. Like some people get obsessed with, or they say they don't like texture, like they don't like cottage cheese. I like cottage cheese. Now granted, it can use some fruit in there and some honey and some other, nuts and other bullshit for sure, but I don't mind it. Cool Whip. This was him. The Elvis staring at me across the room was my ex-boyfriend Rodney. I had to take a restraining order out against him, and I was never able to prove that he was the one who roofied me, but he became... God damn it. I'm so lost. Oxy Moxie, what's up? What are you doing? Have you made pancakes with cottage cheese? Slaps. I've not done that, but I will. I promise. This is my promise to America. I was never able to prove that he was the one who roofied me, but he became what they called a fixated individual after I broke up with him, a complete and utter foot job. And now here he was, dressed as Elvis, watching me from across the room, and now he was watching me because he did... Oh, fuck. And now he was watching me. I was never able to prove that he was the one who roofied me, but he became what they called a fixated individual after I broke up with him, a complete and utter nut job. And now here he was, dressed as Elvis, watching me from across the room. And I know he was watching me because he did that thing where he used his two fingers to point to his eyes and then to me as to say, "Hey, I'm watching you." And I darted into the other room looking for my friend. Where the hell was she? I squeezed through the crowd, shoving lesser Elvises left and right, and people started yelling at me, telling me to watch it. But I could feel evil Elvis's eyes on me. And sure enough, when I looked around, and there he was, slowly walking through the crowd like Michael Myers. Baking equals texture is more important. Texture is more important in a baking scenario. Cooking equals taste is more important. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to need some examples. Some samples. Some free samples. Thank God you're streaming. I'm crocheting and need to stay awake. I got you, bruh. You will not fall asleep at your crochet station. Your crochet-station. And sure enough, when I looked around, there he was, slowly walking through the crowd like Michael Myers or some crap, but a perfect depiction of Elvis. What the fuck? Sorry. Oh, you're crocheting too? Are you guys making little hats for your kitty cats? And sure enough, when I looked around, there he was, slowly walking through the crowd like Michael Myers or some crap, but a perfect depiction of Elvis. I ducked into another room. What was this house, I thought? Why were there so many rooms and so many people dressed as Elvis? Was this even real? Or the drugs from the drink playing havoc with my system? I couldn't really tell in the moment, but I knew that I had to get out of there. The Elvis was still pursuing me, and I tried to tell myself that it was just the drugs and alcohol, but he was slowly following me, and I think that I must have just been... And I think that I must have just kept looping around the house, barely coherent because he always seemed to be there. Eventually, I found myself outside in the front yard. More Elvises milled around and music was playing from some type of outdoor system. I turned to the front door and evil Elvis stood there, and there was no mistaking it. It was my ex-boyfriend, Rod. He had this sort of knowing, smug grin on his face that was so familiar to me. The terror of him catching me was unspeakable. And then, despite pursuing me slowly for most of the night, he just suddenly leaped down the porch steps and came running directly at me. His sunglasses stayed on his face, his Elvis sideburns obscured his features somewhat, and I was certain it was him though. Why else would he be charging at me? I was confused, but I screamed, I turned to run, and my legs just gave out from under me. This evil Rodney Elvis was on top of me, grabbing at my hair and my clothes, and I have no idea what he had planned. It was like he was trying to just strip me naked, there on the front lawn in front of numerous other people. Rodney always was some complete psychopath, especially when he was on coke or some other drug, which was often. And thankfully, the crowd didn't take very kindly to Elvis Presley. What was everyone's favorite candy as a kid and now as an adult? Yeah, still Reese's. Racist cups. Hershey presents racist cups. You eat them and it makes you go crazy. Solid choices. It was Twinks, and then watermelon Sour Patch Kids now. Oh damn. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I loved Swedish Fish. Cool Whip. My mother made my favorite Cool Whip. Thank you, Mother. Thankfully, the crowd didn't take kindly to an Elvis Presley impersonator trying to touch me and that fucking crap. The word molest. Anybody got a new word for molest? Hey, anybody got a new word for that molest word? We need a new word. Define molest. Control-Shift. No. Thank God you're alive. I'm currently bored as hell driving a forklift. Hell yeah, dude. Forklift certified. Only forklift certified chatter here. Trying to violate. Yeah, violate's good. Oh, I'm being violated. The diddler. Wait, was it actually true that, okay, so the diddler, P. Diddler Combs, got only like 5 years, right, in jail or prison or whatever the fuck. And is it true that the Donald Trumparoo is literally going to expedite the 4 years? Is that actually true? Like he's going to pardon him or expedite it or something? You were there. Justin was there on the White House front lawn. Tyler, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content on the bonus content playlist. Let's look it up. Let's ask the internet. The internet never lies to me. Is Trump going to expedite Diddy's sentence? According to the latest report, there is no indication that Sean Diddy Combs will have his sentence expedited or commuted by Donald Trump at this time. Here are the key facts. Diddy was sentenced to 50 months in prison for 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Diddy's legal team has formally asked the White House to consider a pardon. That's crazy. Can you imagine being a fucking lawyer? That's gotta be the weirdest thing ever, where you just like constantly... It's almost like playing pretend at all times. Like, lawyers actually might be some of the more talented... Dude, if I was a lawyer, I would go start a political channel. Just because all you have to do is just lie the whole time from the perspective of whatever political side you've chosen. And you can just grift off of that until the cows come home. Until the chocolate milk cows come home. You know, because it's like, that's kind of what you have to do as like a lawyer, is turn off your brain, prepare your case from a certain perspective. Jarvis, destroy the planet. Do you think Carlos Dominguez is innocent? I don't even know who that is. Let's look it up. Let's look it up, guys. I need to be kept up to date on all the new stuff. I need to know everything all at once. Carlos... Who the hell is he? Dominguez. Who is he? The guy from UC Davis? I still don't really know. Let's see. It's like not bringing up any. Carlos G. Dominguez III, a Filipino businessman and government official born September 16, 1945. He served as the Philippine Secretary of Finance from July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2022 under President Rodrigo Duterte. No, that's the wrong one. Carlos Aurelius Dominguez, a former student of University of California, Davis, UC Davis, who was charged with 2 murders and 1 attempted murder in 2023 stabbing spree in Davis, California. His trial in 2025 resulted in a mistrial. The jury found him not guilty of first-degree murder, but were deadlocked on the second-degree murder counts. If you encounter the name in connection with a high-profile criminal case in California, this is the likely person. I don't know. I'm not familiar. What did he do? A former student at University of Davis who was charged with 2 murders and 1 attempted murder in 23 stabbing spree. A stabbing spree? Jesus, dude. What's his problem? Sounds like a real jerk. Aren't a good amount of the Senate's lawyers. You know, that's true. It does kind of seem like that's usually the transitional period. It's like, I feel like to be attracted to or maybe what happens first? Are you born sociopathic, psychopathic in certain tendencies? Or do you become a lawyer and all of the humanity is sucked out of you, almost as like a training grounds, and then you go into politics so that basically you can be like the highest form of the lowest level in society, right? Because if we're being honest, let's be completely honest with ourselves. The bankers, the billionaires, the individuals that have found themselves in high positions of secret societal power, truly, you would assume they are the ones with the most influence. And then we, as the plebs, get to like kind of like move up through the ranks in society till we become the most useful pleb, which I assume that sort of training apparatus would occur through the legal system and then, by extension, the political process. Ah, man, that's a little sad, isn't it? Lawyers don't get offended when you call them liars. I mean, yeah, you have to do it. You literally have to do it, but you have to do it convincingly. You also have to be good at like theater, you know? I feel like you start normal and slowly become evil. My granddad was the DA of my county and he was a chill-ass dude. Yeah, I guess if the county was like kind of small or maybe chill, it like there wouldn't be a lot of room for corruption perhaps, but at the same time I'm sure there's always got to be some low level of corruption occurring there, especially if like, I don't know, someone from the state comes down and tries to like push him or hold his hand behind his back and spank him. But yeah, I guess eventually, yeah, you kind of become such a sociopath within your own mind that eventually the lies that you tell become reality in your own existence. And who knows, maybe that's part of the dark magic. Dude, think about that. If all of reality is just like you projecting your intentions, what if in the same way you just kind of like lie over and over and over and over again until you literally manifest a lie into reality? Isn't that what money is? Isn't that what time is? I'm always worried about what people say about lawyers because there was a period of time where the news was tearing them up and none of the shit they were claiming was true, so it's very skeptical. I mean, that's fair too. I'm not saying I'm not saying one way or another at all. I'm sorry if that was rude, but I'm just saying there's case by case. I'm sure your grandpa was a great guy. One was the lawyers that choose not to lie They probably lose their job. No, I don't know. I guess there's all sorts of different routes you can obviously take as an attorney or representative for someone. I'm sure eventually you can just do like clerical work at like your bit, hey, I got an idea. Go set up some LLCs for people or some shit, Do I believe in manifesting? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Maybe on like a larger scale. Like maybe, if you believe, like if you I believe that if you're interested in something, right? If you really, really genuinely are interested in getting really good at playing the violin and being the number one like violinist in, downtown Chicago and being, you're just so fascinated by violin that you're just going to be a social media influencer that does really, I just feel like that level of manifesting based on like a preconceived interest obviously is more objective, I guess, in reality, but who knows, maybe on a more metaphysical level, if enough people believe something through some type of repetitious lie that they see in the media over and over again, that in and of itself creates a more objective reality that's kind of similar to manifesting. I don't know. I definitely feel like social media, when I look at that, like think about social media as like terms of services. There's a lot of like stuff on there that you can't say or can't do, but you can within like a constitutional society. It's like not an issue with your free speech. But over time, right, that repetitious process of like people being under the interpretation that you can or can't say things on the internet eventually manifests into what is the law of the land. Yeah, you can't say shit smear on YouTube or you get banned. I'm banned. Also, shit smear is it's a slur for lawyers, so careful, guys. Manifesting is when you want big boobies and a hot rod and also to have wizard powers come out of your fingertips. That's how you do it right, Joel. Get to wishing. Manifesting. Are you saying I could have some big old tits? Your Honor, my client wants to double the sentence and give it to the next person. Just hits on the gavel. Adjourned. Find me a homeless person to put in jail. Lawyers are those people you cuss until you're in trouble, then you pay them all your life savings to help you. Yeah. Nah, your account just gets flagged so stuff you post gets auto-deleted. Yeah, or like shadow banded. Manifestations where you smear your shit on the jury's table and plead your case. And they're like, that shit smells pretty good. It smells like roses. Thankfully, the crowd didn't take kindly to an Elvis Presley impersonator trying to violate me out front. The biggest, fattest Elvis I'd ever seen came thundering along the lawn, and I later realized that he was wearing a fat suit as part of his costume, and the whole shtick was Elvis just before he died. At the time, though, the hamburger sticking out of his jacket pockets just made me feel like I was going mad, but I didn't care. Fat Elvis leaped the final distance towards Evil Elvis, my boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend, and body slammed him so hard that the pair of them went flying across the lawn. I pulled myself to my feet, unfortunately puking as I did so, which in retrospect I think saved me from whatever dodgy drug had been slipped into that drink earlier in the night. Now Fat manifestationalism. Mr. Joel, through the court of law, I find your shit stinky. You like take it and smear it under your lip. Yep, that stinks. I'll be needing to take this bucket of shit though for evidence. I'm taking this home. And then you get home and like Daniel Herschel, you just like dump it over your head. Fat Elvis was doing his best to stomp on Evil Elvis, but his bulk, or rather the fat suit, was getting in the way. But now others were joining in. This group of random Elvis Presleys just absolutely pounding on Evil Elvis. And that's when this Evil Elvis rolled free. And that's when my boyfriend... And that's when my ex-boyfriend rolled free and pulled out a gun. And within seconds he fired, hitting Fat Elvis square in the stomach. This Fat Elvis reeled back, fell over, and the other Elvises kind of held up their hands in surrender, backing away from Evil Elvis as he stepped away. He fired one more shot into the air, causing everyone to duck, and then just took off into the darkness around the side of the house. A couple of those Elvises wanted to follow him, but the rest of us told them not to. The guy was clearly armed, and then I told them that I knew who he was, and I could just call the cops. What about the guy who got shot in the stomach? What kind of Elvis are you, Quiz? Are you evil Elvis? Are you fat Elvis? Are you horny Elvis who likes to dump poop on their head, Elvis? Your Honor. I like poop. A couple of the Elvises wanted to follow him, but the rest of us told them not to. The guy was armed. And then I told him that I knew who he was and we could just call the cops. And now, after all the chaos, skip forward a few hours. I found my friend, who took me to the police station, and I explained everything. I told them that my attacker was my ex-boyfriend, Rodney, and explained the history. They ended up looking him up, and the officer gave me this very strange and grave look. Rodney had been arrested a day ago for armed robbery on a convenience store in a completely different state, she explained. And she went on to tell me that he was still in custody and had been so for at least 24 hours. Now, I kept insisting. I was certain that that evil Elvis was Rodney, and she even put a call into the sheriff's department where he was being held. No question, he was still incarcerated. There was no humanly possible way that that Elvis... Oh my god. What about the dude who got shot in the stomach? Is he dead? They just skipped him. He's like, oh, he like helped her, got shot in the stomach. It's like, all right, you've served your purpose. You can die now. Do you mean to do a poll? You mean to jump on the poll? All right. Which Elvis are you? Evil Elvis? What was the other ones? We got Evil Elvis, plus-sized Elvis, just in case any YouTube moderators come in, they see us using a slur, aka fat. Evil Elvis, plus-sized Elvis, Korean Elvis, good one. Clown Elvis, oh my god. Woke Elvis, yeah, woke Elvis. Alright, starting the poll now. Which one are you guys? Cast your vote. If you vote wrong, you will be sent to prison. Everyone's evil, alright. Latina Elvis, oh dude, Latina... Actually, let me just look that up real quick, just to make sure that... Jarvis, can you confirm Latina Elvis? Alright, let's take a look at the image, Google Images. That doesn't seem to exist. Looks like we've got some homework to do. Did my parents ever dislike my girlfriends? Not really, no. They were always very nice. Other than hitting them over the head with hammers. There was no humanly possible way that evil Elvis was Rodney. And later they questioned him about the incidents, and apparently he was just completely clueless, and they told me he even seemed to express genuine concern for me. And there you have it. A couple of years ago, I was stalked and attacked by an evil Elvis impersonator who appeared off in the night, and I have absolutely no idea who he was or why he targeted me. He looked so much like Rodney that I could swear that it was him, but there was no way it was, and so now anytime I see anyone dressed like the King, even Elvis himself, I remember back to that Halloween party. and I think about what he tried to do to me and what could have happened. Now, one piece of good news was that Fat Elvis, like I mentioned, I'm going to call him plus-size Elvis, because, guys, if you call someone a fucking fat piece of shit, that's so rude. They're plus-sizes pieces of shits. One piece of good news was that plus-size Elvis, like I mentioned, was wearing what turned out to be an extremely large and cumbersome fatsuit. He was a skinny guy, and that meant that the bullet from Elvis's handgun was actually blocked by all the foam in that costume. So, plus-size Elvis, who actually turned out to be a friend of mine from college under all that makeup and fatsuit, was absolutely fine. Now, I have no idea what became of evil Elvis. I'll scour the news for an Elvis impersonator committing violent crimes, but I've never found anything like that. And all I can hope is that he was just picked up for some other offense, and the only Elvis impersonation he's doing these days is hopefully the Jailhouse Rock. Curvy Elvis. Sarah with the 2. Black Phone 2, 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Saw it earlier. Nice, dude. Good to hear. I was honestly very curious how they were going to do a Black Phone sequel, and seeing him like on ice skates was like seeing Black Phone on ice. I feel like that's what someone said, just like jokingly in like a pitch meeting, and then they were like, wait a second, that's fucking brilliant. We'll have it take place in the icy areas of Canada. 420 blaze it. My car just kissed the bumper pull at the gas station. My whole place just ignites. Let's get blazy. Now, to set the scene, most of us are Kiwis here living in Australia. We're an odd bunch. Wait, what? Oh, Kiwis living in Australia, okay. Explains more about their mom. Oh, shit. Do the accent? To set the scene? Most of us are Kiwis living in Australia. They're a bunch of odd bunch. There's me, Chris, and Paul. We're all from New Zealand. We're all moved out here together. And they met Rocky, an American bloke who just gelled with us and became the missing member of our quartet. But we were lads who loved to party. We loved a lot of things, us, and didn't take life too seriously. We weren't and aren't haters, but let's read, bro. I hate boats. I don't know if you've ever been on one. You're a YouTuber, so maybe you aspire to own a yacht or some crap like that, and had wild parties on the deck where everyone gets drunk and imbibes substances. You know that Lonely Island song, I'm on a boat? It makes it look so fun. The same as movies or shows where rich people go out on yachts and have a great time. That's really bad, who knows? Do the moan. What moan? Do the iconic Joel moan. We all know the one. Guys, it's Joel Moan's time. You've all been waiting for it. Oh, fuck. You ever gotten evicted from your place because you bought a coffee mug? No. Good highlight. Heath Ledger was an Aries. Handshake. Handshake, Heath Ledger's ghost. I can say Luke in Australian accent, but that's it. Luke? It's alright, you just do that over and over again with all the other words. Or really all you need to do, I mean, honestly, my shit was not good. I mean, I'm sure, who knows, maybe it was good. Maybe it was the best, I don't know, probably was not good. It was not New Zealand at all. I'm sure there's like nuances that they look at and they're like, what the fuck? Or even, sorry. Anyways, the point being is that all you have to do is just listen to them and then make fun of them over and over and over again until you get the voice down. But it's because you admire them. It's not because you're trying to put anybody down. It's because you're punching up, guys. You're punching, when people say you're punching up, what they mean is that you're a little little tiny, like, gnome, and you're punching up into someone's fucking nuts. You heard me? Now, to set the scene, most of us are Kiwis living in Australia, and we're an odd bunch. There's me, Chris, and Paul, and we're all from New Zealand, and we all moved over here together. And then we met Rocky, an American bloke who just sort of gelled with us and became the missing member of our quartet. But we were lads who loved to party. We loved a lot of things, us, and didn't take life too seriously. And we weren't, and aren't, haters. But let's read, bro. I hate boats. I don't know if you've ever been on one. You're a YouTuber, so maybe you aspire to own a yacht or some crap like that, and have wild parties out on the deck where everyone gets drunk and imbibes substances. You know that Lonely Island song, I Want a Boat? It makes it look so much fun. Same as movies or shows where rich people go out on yachts and have a great time. Well, don't freaking do it. It sucks. I didn't used to have a fear of open water, but I think I do now, and it's all because of one Halloween, my idiot buddy Rocky decided that we, the boys, should all pool together, pool our money together. Scary story is to have nightmares too. Ones that make you go, whoa, spooky. I just got spooked. Is there any accent I can't do? I can do this one. Do a Scottish accent. I try to do. Wait. I mean, I don't know. Do. Scottish. Yeah, I'd have to listen to someone. What's the one guy? He does like movie reviews. I think he's Scottish. And I realized that like overdoing the Scottish bullshit probably just makes you sound like you fucking found you under a rock. Rock? You also have to like roll the R's a little bit. These are all my OCs. Have I played Battlefield 6? I haven't. I've watched a lot of gameplay, and I do think it actually will be really fun. I think I'm going to try to like build a new PC here soon, because I kind of have to. And then I'm going to fucking play video games on it. Hey Manoof, what's up, dude? I think South African is probably one of the hardest to do because it's such clean English. It's difficult for me. Yeah, maybe I don't know if I'd be able to pick up on it outright, honestly. Oh no. Well, don't do it. It sucks. I didn't used to have a fear of open water, but I do now. And it's all because one Halloween, my idiot buddy Rocky decided that we, the boys, should all pool together, rent a yacht, and then pick up some baddies in a coastal bar and tell them that we were some rich Wall Street idiots and go out to sea for a good time. Sounds like a flawless idea, right? Well, yeah, it wasn't. Now, first off, Rocky barely knew how to pilot a boat, so we sort of ended up drifting out to sea for a bit and then dropped anchor and thought, hey, we've got alcohol, someone's brought, well, other things, and we managed to convince about 3 girls to come party with us. Now, never mind the fact that there were 5 of us guys. Only 4 of us were the tight crew, too, and the other guy, he was an Australian fella that we'd met in the bar, and he had the substances and pretty much begged us to let him attend our rich hedge fund party. He said he had some great investment opportunities to run past us. And of course, we weren't hedge fund managers or Wall Street wankers or anything like that. We were more like the schlubs from The Hangover or any Vince Vaughn or Owen Wilson American comedy movie that you can name. Just regular dudes who like to party, who like to try and usually fail hooking up with some honeys, and just have fun. We'd also blown most of our savings on renting this yacht for one day, and the deposit alone was completely eye-watering, which we would lose if any damage occurred to this vessel. And so basically the 4 of us were all a bit jumpy about getting too drunk or wrecked, especially when the Australian guy, who we'll just call Barry, started breaking out the baggies. We realized that Halloween fell on a full moon that year in 2001, and Barry got incredibly excited about this, doing nose candy and howling at the moon as soon as the sun went down. Now please just remember here, we were dumb guys in our early 20s. Barry was probably 35 and we didn't know him at all, and we just invited him onto a boat from which there was no real escape, and the guy was off his head on the powder. Now me and my two other buddies, Chris and Paul, were making half-assed attempts to hit on the honeys we picked up, but they were more interested in Barry and his wild antics. Rocky, on the other hand, was absolutely freaking out, worrying about the deposit that we dropped on the yacht and then stressing in general. Eventually, he took me to one side while the others were getting drunk and high with weird Australian, Barry. Having worked in a call center for a time, I knew all of the U.S. accents, phone area codes, zip codes too, a bit rusty these days. Oh, that's cool. Actually, it would be really fun to pick up on them and stuff. I remember like crossing the border over to, what the hell is it called? Niagara Falls. And like, so talking to like Canadians over there when I went to a hotel. And when I called to ask for like, you know, our fridge to get restocked, I was like, oh, I appreciate everything you're doing there. It's really good of you guys. We're just having a good vacation over here, but we just need a couple of more drinks, refill, restock, all that good stuff, okie dokie, blah blah blah. And I don't know, I just did that entire accent while talking to her on the phone for like a while, and I don't know why I did. I was under the interpretation that maybe that's what a Canadian sounded like, but that was not. That was like a Minnesota person, but they seemed fine with me talking like that, so it was fine. Sometimes it's toss-up between Wisconsin, Manitoba. Really enjoy the paranormal horror stories. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that was a long video. Joel, try saying Space Ghettos is basically saying Spice Girls in Scottish accents. Space Ghettos. What? Space Ghettos. Space Ghettos. Why was ghettos be girls? Space Girls. Ghettos. Space Girls. Is that what you mean? Like girls. Ghettos. What do I think of 6-7 meme? I mean, it's just, I think what I love about the 6-7 meme is that like people that are like little kids, right? Little kids who are like 8 years old love saying 6-7. It's so simple. It's so sleek. It's so simple. You just kind of fucking say it. And it can be applied to any situation. And then as soon as you find out that like an adult is actually really annoyed by it, it makes you want to say it even more. And I love that. I love that little kids just have like their own little stupid memes that are starting at like such a little kid time. Like that's awesome. But at the same time, I do think it doesn't make any sense and it's stupid as shit. But I'm like, maybe that's what makes it even better, is that it makes no sense and it's dumb. Just the fact that like we as a weird society have things that pop up on the internet and then like catch on to each other through these strange and abstract trends linguistically, I think that's pretty cool. You're in group 7 on TikTok. What's group 7? Is it a gang? There's 6 and then there's 7. Green gang, green gang, green gang, green gang, blue gang, blue gang, blue gang, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. My daughter and young siblings are stuck on that meme trend for October. Yeah, I mean, it will be in and out of their brains probably within like, by Christmas, it's going to be like the cringiest thing you can possibly say at school. Every kid's going to be like, every person that still says 6-7 gets a dunce hat and gets beaten with a stick and kept in the chokey. You know what I mean by that point? Because they shouldn't have phones probs, but it gets into the dictionary. History has been made. Again, that's awesome. Do I ever listen to Mr. Nightmare? I don't. I know what he sounds like, and I think he sounds good and stuff. I just don't really listen to like anybody within the horror realm or anything like that. I just don't really have that. Like for the past multiple days, I've been listening to just stuff about the supposed, secret society histories and things of that nature. I don't know. To me, I just feel like that's more interesting. Not that it means anything. You just kind of, I don't know. Who's up making crepes to these stories? For real. For Eventually, he took me to one side while the others were getting drunk and high with weird Australian berry. Rocky told me that he'd effed up big style and a hell of a storm was heading right towards us. The Illuminati. I guess there's like multiple ones. We have the Illuminati, we have the Jesuits, we have the Freemasons, we have the Khazarians, or like they're like, I don't know, some type of something. And then we have the Order of the Black Hand, I think, or the Order of the Black Snake. I think that's China. I don't know. The Kardashians, yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if Skull and Bones is an extension of like the Freemasons or what it is. I forget what their group is. I would like to imagine that they all sort of like battle against each other. That would be like way cooler if they were all like fighting. But the fact that all of it seems to be so cohesive towards the same direction, that's what makes everything, that's what makes life kind of like boring, is that like almost all of it never feels very organic, like what the next steps are, you know? Joel, please start sounding. What is sounding? What's up, Libra? Your power of forgetting that you used to these stories I'm used to my whole life. It's strange but effective. Wait, what is it? Your power of forgetting that you used to these stories I've used for my whole life. It's strange but I don't know what that means. Could you elaborate? You're my soda pop. Oh no, Justin. It's now in my head forever. Look up Saturn Soul. It's a deep dive in all sorts of madness. Yeah. It's a good channel. Much love from Ireland. Thank you. Soda pop. Rocky told me that he'd effed up big style, and a hell of a storm was heading right towards our location. That's fine, I said. We'll just raise anchor and sail back to the docks. We can't be that far out, right? And that's when Rocky tells me that he'd never actually dropped anchor, and the boat had been just drifting slowly further and further out to sea, and he basically just had no idea what in the hell he was doing. And it was almost nature, or God, or someone was playing a prank on us, as no sooner had Rocky made this confession than the heavens absolutely... Who inspired you to start my YouTube? It was my roommates after college. They did comedy videos and shit, and I just wanted to do YouTube and see if I could make as much money as PewDiePie. Because I specifically just remember, and I'm sure you guys have had this experience where it was like, yeah, they did sex videos. They were sex workers, but they would just fuck each other and they would never film it and never make any content. But I just have to listen to them all night doing gay stuff. Anyways, I'm sure you guys have felt this way, but when PewDiePie in 2011 said that he made $11 million off of YouTube whenever they started like monetizing shit or whatever, and the rest is history. It's just like a cutscene of me laying in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to like two dudes pork each other, and then it just cuts, and the rest was history. Should I come back to YouTube? Dude, everyone should come back to YouTube. Everyone, if you think you even have a modicum of talent, go do YouTube. Like, have you seen YouTube? Have you seen YouTube? It's literally just like dickheads in front of green screens going like, I would have never expected the schmalump to be the schmalumpy. And everybody's like, oh my fucking God, I'm gonna come. Oh my God, I'm gonna jizz my pants. This is so good. And then next thing you know, you're on fucking Times Square. Like it's like stupid easy. It's not stupid easy. It's a little bit of a luck, but like if you even have like an inch, if you even have 1 inch of talent, don't go to LA. Go to the internet. There are channels dedicated to short clips of obscure models of ceiling fans. There's something for everyone, literally. Yeah, who knows, you know? I mean, you don't make any money off the shorts or TikTok or Instagram shorts or whatever, but you make money. Here's how you make money. You make money off of long-form content and running ads on it, and you make money off of podcasts, which you could double dip on both or whatever maybe. But like if you do any shorts or all that kind of stuff, that mainly is just to promote, to get people to go to your long form, which YouTube has like integrated in there, you know what I mean, to like click here to go listen to the whole fucking video or whatever. I thought YouTube streaming was the hardest job in the world. Now that is true. That's actually true. Hassan was right about that one. He did that right before he executed his dog on live television. What am I going to be for Halloween? I think I'm going to be Xing Zhang Ping, dressed as Winnie the Pooh. I had no idea how much it brings in. I'd consider it, but broke is a thing. That's true. But I honestly would say, like, if you're genuinely interested in the creative world, just find out, like, what bare minimum shit you need, like $100 mic, maybe some free editing equipment or something, or not, you know, editing software, free edit, you know, thumbnails are as easy as pizza pie at this point. Have you ever done a duo costume with Pradeep? That'd be sick. He gets to be a little horse and I get to be a cowboy. Or maybe I'll be the horse and he'll be the cowboy, little cowboy. Come a long way, Joe. I was watching a video about Tinder horror stories from you in 2019 when you had 10K back then and now you have 1.1 million. 2019, you probably, I mean, maybe 2016 I might have had 10K. Is YouTube your only source of income? Podcasting too. And sex trafficking. Just kidding. Joe, that literal $4 mic you sent me a while ago is a great starter one. Yeah, those lapel mics, bro, those lapel mics are surprisingly good quality. I used to stream, when I first started streaming, I think in like 2017, I would use the lapel mic connected to like a headset thing, and it actually sounded pretty good when I would read stories. Do I work a 9 to 5? I do not. No, this is my deal. This is life. Now, YouTube can be a little depressing because it's kind of like, because you don't work a 9 to 5, you don't really like socialize the same way other people do. But if you're one of those people that like just like loves a ton of freedom, which is most, it's probably pretty worth it if you can make it happen. My bread and butthole. No sooner had Rocky made this confession that the heavens absolutely opened up and heavy freezing rain began to pound down on the boat. The girls ran under the cover of the... What the fuck? The girls ran under the cover of the bridge, but there was barely enough space for all of us to fit in the small interior sections of this tiny yacht, the best we could afford. Now Barry, on the other hand, was standing out in the storm. Lightning was striking the water dangerously close by now, and choppy waves had begun rocking us back and forth. Rocky, Paul, and Chris were yelling at each other to navigate back to shore, and the girls were just screaming. Now, I'm not convinced they even knew how to plot the route back. How Rocky had managed to convince the rental company to even let us take the boat out, I'll never know that, but he was always good at bullcrapping his way through situations. But back to Barry, He was hollering and screaming about some sea witch, and I think he called her Shazanzi or something like that, and even 24 years later I've never been able to find any evidence of this so-called sea goddess. Barry was imploring her. What the fuck is going the fuck on? Barry was imploring her to save us. Okay. So he's high as shit. Okay, that makes sense now. Work from home can be good for the right folks. It's true. What the freak is even freaking going on, Kyle? What the heck is fucking going on? Guys, on Pokemon Sword, I have a shiny dildo. What is it? Oh, Ditto. Barry was imploring her to save us, and then he paused, as if listening for a reply. And this is when one of the girls said something to me that they'd seen Barry taking a whole bunch of LSD, at least 3 tabs. Great. So we had this mysterious Australian drug addict standing out in the storm, and holy crap, what was he doing now? He starts to produce a goddamn knife from the boat's toolkit and started carving a sigil into the wooden decking on the boat. Of course, Rocky's first thought was the goddamn deposit and how much money we'd lose, so he runs out into the storm and starts screaming at Barry. Barry cocks his head to one side and yells that sure, he'll do what Chazanay says. Who the fudge? Who the freaking fudge? What the freaking? I remember when Elvis died. I was in the Piggly Wiggly parking lot in Grayson, Kentucky. Holy fuck, when did Elvis die? Is he dead now? Is he still dead? Elvis death. He was only 42, and he died in 1977 in Graceland, Memphis, Tennessee. Huh. Who are you, man? There's only 2 people that know karate. And that's Chinese people and the king. Look out, man. Does anyone know what movie that's from? I know, I guess that's what probably Johnny Bravo was based on, right? But it wasn't Johnny Bravo. Come on, someone's gotta know it. If nobody knows it, I'm gonna fucking go nuts. Oh yeah, Zella got it. Thank you, Zella. Yeah, Walk Hard. Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. It's literally like, dude, it's so fucking good. If you ever want just like one of those more ridiculous comedies that stars John C. Reilly as Dewey Cox, and it's basically like sort of a life, you know, a life of characters like Elvis, those kind of things, where he's like a, you know, folk music legend, but it's showing his whole life in like a parody way, kind of like Naked Gun or something. And it's so fucking funny. Oh my God. I mean, John C. Reilly is genius. And it just, oh man, it makes me so pissed off we're just like not gonna get like fucking just stupid shit like that anymore ever again. Nobody wants to do it. Now, granted, I guess we did get that, like, Tim Robinson friendship movie, which if you've seen that one, it was very funny, but it was basically just, like, Tim Robinson's, like, typical, I'm not saying it's typical because I love him, but it's, like, his typical sort of, like, zany, wacky self, and basically, if you can imagine, like, a series of all of his skits intertwined into, like, one larger, somewhat narrative, even though there's really no narrative to it overall. A really important time-sensitive question. Can you dunk our taints in honey and say 6-7? Yes, everyone line up, please. John C. Reilly is a genius. Oh yeah, I mean, John C. Reilly is a genius because, like, he went from, like, doing really serious movies, which was, if you're going to do Hollywood, right, and you're funny, you got to do serious movies first, right? Get that shit out of the way, because the second you do comedy, no one's ever, and you're successful at it, no one's ever going to take you seriously in the serious roles, right? So you do your serious roles, which was like Gangs of New York. He was in that. You may not remember it, but he was a pretty important side character. And if you would have seen John C. Reilly now, you'd be giggling crazy style. But yeah, then he goes from that to doing Check It Out with Steve Brule. And I love him, man. He's so cool. He's so freaking cool. Ask Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson, they ruined their image. Yeah, I mean, they were just whatever to me. Like, they're just like the definition of, like, let's get you in this fucking mainstream bullshit that we filmed inside of a 4x4 studio. Meanwhile, we'll just green screen or whatever, CGI the fucking shit around you. Like, to me, I feel like there's gonna come a day where you have an entire AI system where you can just type like a movie, right? It's, we already have like AI video, but soon you're gonna have whole feature-length movies where you can just say like, I want Jurassic Park 98 starring, and then you get to pick from like 4, choose from people, and it's gonna be Kevin Hart, it's gonna be Dwayne Johnson, it's gonna be like Scarlett Johansson with like a Latina ass, and then it's gonna be probably Jack Black, I guess. And you basically just kind of like cycle through these creative characters for whatever, kindergarten bullshit you can come up with in your head. And that's okay. I think that's fine. I think that'll be fun to play with, especially Scarlett. Maybe we'll have to make the butt a little bit bigger. Have you ever heard of a dream that made way too much sense to real life? It's almost like a prediction or a foreshadowing at an unblazed thinking law. Have you ever had a dream that made way too much sense to real life, almost like a prediction or foreshadowing? I remember, like, when I was younger, I had these dreams, or I had this one dream where it was like I was biking, and then like a nuke went off. I was like very aggressively biking, like working out, getting my cardio in. And it's weird because I could still see myself in this situation, like end up in that situation, but basically, the nuke goes off, and like it's weird. Instead of the nuke sort of blinding me or looking like in color like how it normally would, it just suddenly turns everything like black and white, and it starts like seizure level of like flashing back and forth, everything being like black and white, like woo 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 woo. And like I just remember like it kind of like showed my face, like looking at it like and like the black and white of my face, and like I was going insane looking at this fucking nuke going off in the distance. And I just for some reason still feel like that's probably gonna happen. It was very anime-esque. It was crazy. I know, that'd be the worst. Dying doing cardio. I guess biking wouldn't be the worst, but... Did you ever have a dream where you saw Terminator 2 Judgment Day? Barry cocks his head to one side again and yells that, sure, he'll do what Chazonnet says. And then his face goes very serious. Rain was hammering down, lightning striking, and he tells us that because it's Halloween and a full moon, Chazonnet demands 2 sacrifices to release us from her domain. Now calmly, I ask him what he means by that, and he holds up the knife and makes a very obvious slicing gesture across his neck. I tell him, hey buddy, don't hurt yourself, and he laughs and says it's not him that Chazonnet wants as a sacrifice. So I ask him who she wants, and he points to one of the chicks we brought with us, and then Rocky, the only guy who knows how to pilot the damn boat. Oh wait, that was part of who we're sacrificing. I had relatives do a stress test and have heart attacks while doing it. Oh my god. That's so sad. Guys, we gotta clear out all the gunk. We gotta clear out all the gunk from our fucking veins and arteries. How do we do it? What is it? What do we do? What do we do, boy? What is gunk? I don't know. Plaque, calcium, blood clots, bomba clots. Drink your Metamucil. Do we put it in our bloodstream? Farting. Apple cider vinegar? Do you think? I don't know. What do we do? Do you think maybe that's what fasting does? It clears us out? Makes everything A-okay again. Gold? Do we have to eat the gold? Pipe cleaners, perhaps? That is kind of what they do in the hospital. They stick a pipe cleaner in your artery and then they blow up a balloon so that it's easier for blood to get through. A stint. It's a bit of a stint. So I asked him who he wants, and he points to one of the chicks we brought with us, and then Rocky, the only guy who knows how to pilot the damn boat. So of course, I'm not about to let this high-as-heck Australian lunatic sacrifice any of us to his imaginary sea witch. The storm is closing in, and Rocky's doing his best to navigate the choppy waters before any real danger occurs. At least, any real danger besides the lunatic drug addict who's demanding that Rocky and the girl whose name I don't even remember anymore, but I think it was probably like Belinda, come out and fall on his blade in the name of Chazonnet. And so I'm looking around in the pouring rain, trying to find a way to de-escalate the situation without getting myself stabbed in the face by this madman. I spy a harpoon gun on the floor, but no, couldn't. I'm not shooting this guy with a spear and having that on my conscience. And he's drunk and on LSD, so he doesn't even deserve to die. He just seemed like a solid bloke from the Sea Witch sacrifice. A Sea Witch Elvis? It does appear that evil Elvis is still in the lead. You hate zombies? I haven't had a zombie dream in a long time, but I used to have it all the time. And I wondered what it meant. Someone interpreted it as maybe meaning subconsciously myself, trying to tell myself that I was I was following the crowd, being a zombie, and just doing only things zombies do. Because in the dreams I was always doing Dying Light style, like parkour, where the zombies were slow, but I was above them, sprinting around. And this is why I think honestly I was so stoked and I loved Dying Light, was that it was literally like my dreams, sprinting around and jumping over stupid ass zombies. Fear of death and physical. What is zombie stuff? I mean, everybody has fear of death, but I'm not really sure why. Fear of zombies, I guess. Yeah, they represent death, right? Dying Light is so fire. I need to get the co-op achievements. Bro, it's so good. It's like one of those games. I love the fact that it's you can just pop in, pop out. I don't have a zombie dream ever, or falling out teeth dream, or losing all my friends dream, or death dreams. Are you okay? Yeah, you're fine. I'm sure you have other dreams, right? You just might not have whatever weird... Well, at the same time, who's to say that our... honestly, when people sit there and interpret dreams, what are they really saying? They're saying that everyone's subconscious somehow compartmentalizes or has the same manner in which a dream should be interpreted, if it should be interpreted at all, if it's not just some random firing of nonsense in the brain anyways. So it's always weird for me to think that people just are able to interpret it and think that it's going to be the same for someone else, almost like we're all just in some collective consciousness in the dream world. That could be true, and I accept that, but it also doesn't make a lot of sense. I had a dream that I'll never forget. After I moved out of my middle school house, dead body in this tree in my front yard. Place was overgrown and decrepit. It's pretty creepy. Woke Elvis. He wore sequins, had a cape, and flew to the White House, stoned off his ass to meet Nixon, and gave him a gun. Chris, what is sounding? What is it? Look it up. Alright, here we go. We're looking it up. What is this new term? Sounding. I'm gonna get banned. To measure depth, especially water, to investigate or probe. She sounded him out about his opinion. To produce or emit sound, colloquial slang uses, internet memes, or shock discussions reference the sexual practice. Again, not safe for work. Metaphorical use like sounding someone out, meaning to cautiously test their opinion. Alright, well. What's the meme context? Urban Dictionary. The original meaning, a niche adult practice, was discovered by users on sites like 4chan, Reddit, early Discord servers. When people realized how uncomfortable bizarre it sounded, it became a meme shorthand for something you really didn't need to Google. So now when someone says, don't look up sounding, it's meant like the old don't Google blue waffle type of bait, a shock curiosity trap, how it's used in memes, reaction bait. Someone posts, bro, just found out what sounding is. Don't ever search sounding. Shock humor, it's referenced like an urban legend. Funny because it's disturbing. Inside joke, people might drop it in the comments thread as a random, you had to be there. Oh, okay, so it doesn't actually have any meaning. That's funny. Or does it? Oh, does it, guys? It's a banned term. It does have a literal definition, a niche adult practice, but that's not what most people online are actually talking about when they joke about it. Well, what the fuck is it? Alright, we're good. I fucking hate ChatGPT. It just doesn't tell you the goddamn truth. Alright, we're going to Urban Dictionary. The company. The publicly traded company. Today's word is pitch slap. Sliding into someone's DMs with an unsolicited business proposal of service offer. Connecting with someone under false pretenses in order to pitch them your service or product, a bait and switch. I scheduled a coffee date with this girl to catch up, and she pitch slapped me with her marketing templates for my business. That's funny. Dude, I fucking hate when people pitch slap me. Fuck them. Like, dude, we need to catch up. And then they're like, hey, I need $10,000. It's like, hey, how about you fucking die? Alright, what was it? Sounding. Sounding off. Oh. There it is. Sounding is the act of inserting a metal rod into your urethra. Sounding tubes are meant to be used medically, but some people figured out that they have experienced sexual pleasure from the act. This is Tucker Carlson reading it. Good evening. Today we're going to be talking about an internet phenomenon known as sounding. Sounding is the act of inserting a metal rod into your urethra. Sounding tubes are meant to be used medically, but some people figured out that they experience sexual pleasure from the act. The reason for this being that the sounding tube can reach very sensitive parts inside your penis that, if stimulated, can create some very intense orgasms. I tried sounding for the first time, and it felt better than having sex for the first time. Bit freakish, if you ask me, and I personally would ban Chris for that. Just kidding. Brings back painful memories of waking up from a catheter removal, alcohol poisoning, fire, the sun. Oh my god, yeah. But they didn't deflate the balloon. Alright, Kai, take care. Read the definition for nussy in the Tucker voice. Okay, let's do it. But don't forget, the nussy, or the nose pussy, if you will, was discovered during the coronavirus pandemic of 2020. People that had to be tested for COVID-19 had their nose swabbed right where the brain connects, which often led people rolling back their eyes and gagging. Kind of gross if you ask me, but most of the time it'd be used in a sentence as a nose swab fetish developed from this because we, as humans, have to ruin everything. Pussy water. Pussy water. Felching. Okay, one more. Okay. Felching. Oh, I don't know if I can do this one. Ew. That one's a little gross, if you ask me, but nobody ever asked me. Or they tell me to look up stuff. I heard that ISIS used to do this. He's drunk and on an LSD trip. He doesn't deserve to die. He seemed like a solid bloke before the sea witch sacrifice crap. Unfortunately, Barry saw me looking at the spear gun and decided to make a move for it, towards me. Make a move for it towards me, okay. Good evening. I'm horny as hell. Going kind of crazy over here. All cooped up, blue-balled. Unfortunately, Barry saw me looking at the spear gun and decided to make a move for it, towards me with the knife. He said I wasn't the sacrifice Chazanay wanted, but he wouldn't let me get in the way of saving the world from the storm that would consume us all. According to him, that's what was going on. This was the apocalypse, and it was on all of us. It was on us all. Oh my god, dude, I'm not even fucking close to being done. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Can't stop, won't stop. Hashtag. Alright, see ya, Chris. Peace out. Looking at pictures of the green M&M. Who's to say that we haven't felched to that before? Did you know that Limp Bizkit bassist recently died? Really? Limp Bizkit bassist. Oh. That sucks. I didn't really know him. Sam Rivers' emergency call came in as a heart attack. Oh, damn. How the fuck old was he? Born in 1977. He was 48 years old. Damn. Guys, you gotta take care of yourself. Fucking die at 48, man. I really don't think I would want to die at 48. That's, like, not a good time to die. Oh. That's crazy. What the hell's going on? What's everybody doing, dying? Do I remember the Limp Bizkit story I read a week ago? No, what was that one about? This was the apocalypse, and it was on us all, and only the deaths of those two random people he just met. God damn, I fucking hit the fucking fuckity fuck. This was the apocalypse, and it was on us all, and only the deaths of those two random people he just met would save the world, i.e., he was absolutely off his face on drugs. And you know when people are absolutely off their face on drugs, they like to talk, at length. And boy, did Barry talk. So much in fact that he didn't notice one of the chicks was sneaking around to the side of the boat towards Barry. And I remember her name was Krista because we dated for a while after this, but I think it was just a situationship because it didn't really last. And I guess being held captive by a sea god worshipping nut job isn't the best basis for a long-term relationship. Now anyway, Krista had crept up behind Barry, who was waving this knife in my direction, and she grabbed some kind of pole which I guess was used to fish things out of the sea if they fell overboard. Now Barry was in the middle of some big rant about saving the world. Rain was hammering down, lightning was lighting up the sky, and then wham! Krista smacks Barry in the head with the pole as hard as she could. He staggers, and for a moment I'm not convinced that he's going to go down. And so I dart in like the hero that I always wanted to be and sock him right in the jaw with the best and only punch I'd ever thrown in my life. The knife goes flying out of his hand right overboard and Barry collapses forward. Now quickly, the others, apart from Rocky, who's still trying to steer the boat away from the storm, all come running. They go to find some rope and some other things to secure Barry, and we tie this lunatic Aussie up in the back of the boat, and somehow, thankfully, Rocky manages to guide the boat back into the quay. The quay? What the fuck is a quay? Quay! Quay. Quahog. Key. Oh, key. Duh. Sorry. Key. What the flirp? Your Honor, what the fuck is a quay? Key. Key. So the one where the boy was obsessed with... No, I know. I was just joking. I was saying I didn't know it to be funny, because it was like, of course I know it. It was a week ago. Of course I know it, because I was him. I am Durst. Key. Okay. Oh, it is key. Yeah, key. Did someone say key? IDK. A concrete, stone, or metal platform lying alongside or projecting into the water for loading and unloading ships. Oh, okay. Like the docks. Okay, anyways. They'd found some rope and some other things to secure Barry, and we tie this lunatic Aussie up in the back of the boat, and somehow, thankfully, Rocky managed to guide the boat back into the quay. We're expecting cops to be waiting on our return, or the Coast Guard, or someone, but it was a bit of an anticlimax. I guess Rocky never thought to actually radio the Coast Guard for help, which we still give him crap for to this day. And there was only one person waiting on that dock, and I could tell right away that she was the Karen type. Middle-aged, soaked to the skin, and looked like she was ready to call the manager. And thankfully, her anger was not directed at us. It was directed at Barry. She explained that she was Barry's wife, and took one look at him hog-tied and incapacitated in the back of the boat, and just said something like, "Bloody Nora, not again, you bloody C-word." And before we could even protest, she just climbed on the boat, slapped Barry around in the face 6 ways from Sunday until he woke up, and then sort of marched him to a nearby car, throwing him into the back. Now I was kind of shocked to realize that she was driving a Bentley, and a pretty nice one at that. And we thought that she was going to do a runner, and one of my buddies was already writing down their registration plate, but then Karen was back. Fuck. Joe's too broke to know that. I know, I need to get a yacht. Guys, I need donations for my yacht. What's up, AXG? Plus side Elvis, aka Quaalude Elvis. Yeah. AKA eating a Subway sub on the toilet when I die, Elvis. In the context of a body of water, key is most commonly pronounced like the word key, with regions and dialects may also pronounce as quay. Standard pronunciation is key. Oh, okay. What would I name my yacht? Probably like the SS Marmalade. Joel, you are the go-to podcast to listen to on flights. Thank you. I appreciate you. The perfect length. 4 hours. Well, actually, since we're only doing 2 episodes a week now, podcasts have kind of gone down to 2 hours, I think. How do you see your spouse tied up on a boat and you just get sigh? Not again. Who are these people? Yeah, I know, right? Sigh, not again. The salty tit. Hey, Blank, thank you. Good to see you. We thought she was going to do a runner, and one of my buddies was already writing down their registration plate. But then Karen came back and was surprisingly apologetic. Her excuse? Barry was having some type of midlife crisis and liked to party. We tried to explain that he'd been threatening to sacrifice a couple of us to some sea witch, and Karen struggled. Some type of sea witch. We tried to explain that he'd been threatening to sacrifice a couple of us to some sea witch, and Karen just shrugged and said, yeah, he gets a bit weird on Halloween and on a full moon, so she quote-unquote wasn't surprised. Like, okay, lady, this guy sounds like he really isn't safe in modern society, maybe? But he wasn't our problem anymore. At least not when Karen pulled out her checkbook and wrote us a very sizable check to cover the damages that Barry had done to our boat, and any other trauma that we'd actually suffered. Now we're talking a 5-figure amount here, more than enough to buy our silence, as much as I'm ashamed to say it. And we made sure to plead with Karen to get her husband some help, and she kinda implied that it was an uphill struggle, but they were trying. And then she said that maybe we could join them on their boat sometime, because Barry's not normally like this, I guess. Well, I'd hope not. And she gave me her card, and while we never did take her up on the offer, with no desire to ever see these weirdos again, I did look them up a few years later and realized that we'd been in the presence of a couple of very rich people. So in our quest to impress some hot chicks by pretending that we were rich enough to own a... Borb. Boomba clot, boomba 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 clot, yeah. Barry reminds you a lot of yourself. Taking LSD and sacrificing kids to the sea witch. Understandable. What's up, Rick? What's poppin', dog? What's crack-a-lackin'? So in our quest to impress some hot chicks by pretending we were rich enough to own a boat, we discovered the reality of having the kind of money that turns you into someone like Barry. And after that, I've spent the next 20-odd years feeling perfectly happy that I'm just a lowly mechanic in a small Australian town. And the guys drifted apart, but sometimes we still message on Facebook and talk about the time we were almost sacrificed to an imaginary sea witch during a storm on Halloween. We barely even tell the people the story because it sounds like some bat crap. We barely even tell people the story because it sounds like some bat crap crazy thing that we usually can't be bothered to even try convincing people it's true. Wait. Fuck. Fucking bat crap. You ever hit the Benjamin? I don't, honestly. My one friend has to be high like 24/7 that I hang out with. He wakes up in the morning, he takes a rip of his rig that's like specifically with the wax, so it's, what the hell is that called? The dab. He hits a dab, sorry. Dab. He dabs on the haters. And then he goes to work, but as he's at work, he hits his pen, the concentrated marijuana pen. He comes home, or maybe he goes to the gym, he hits his pen, and then he comes home and he hits a dab, eats dinner, and then hits another dab and goes to bed. So he's just kind of like 24/7 high as fuck, which is crazy, honestly. Because, like, I don't know. I remember whenever he got into, like, doing just heavy amounts of marijuana, I was like, this is not a good idea for him, because he was, like, low-key in, like, special ed and shit in school. Not, like, that much, but you know what I mean? Like, kind of like the lovable idiot type vibe. And I'm just like, as soon as I saw that he was, like, getting into smoking heavy amounts of the ganja, I was kind of like, oh my god. But honestly, he seems to do fine. He operates fine. His life's fine for given his circumstances. We barely even tell other people the story because it sounds like so... What the fuck is this? Because it sounds so... Okay. We barely even tell other people the story because it sounds so bat crap crazy that we usually can't be bothered to even try convincing people it's true. So I figured, hey, I'm getting on in years, so I'll post it to you, and maybe it'll serve as a cautionary tale for anyone else who randomly decides to hire a boat and sail into a storm. But I figured, hey, I'm getting on in years, so I'll just post it to you, and maybe it'll serve as a cautionary tale for anyone else who randomly decides to hire a boat and... Rent a boat? Hire a boat? Rent a boat? Probably rent a boat, right? God damn it. But I figured, hey, I'm getting on in years, so I'll just post it to you, and maybe it'll serve as a cautionary tale for anyone else who randomly decides to rent a boat and sail into a storm during a full moon on Halloween night. You love dabbing and barely leave my house when I'm super stoned. It is a bit scary. I just, like, don't really like getting high because I laugh too much. I just laugh so fucking hard it's, like, obnoxious. And then I'm kind of, like, not used to it, so sometimes I'm just a bit much, you know? And then I think way too much. I'm overthinking everything. It's just, like, It's just like too much stimulation for my brain that's already going quite a bit quickly. Milder amounts by far, but I moved from Xanax to that and it was been better. Xanax is rough. Or you're moved on to something else. Okay, yeah. Can't really drink due to my epilepsy, so weed does it for me. Well, that's a to each his own type scenario. But I don't drink, I don't know. I'd rather just stay sobs. You're not the paranoid type, are you, Joel? Yeah, I am, honestly. And I'm an existential... I'm already, you know what I mean? Like, I'm already, like, holding in... It takes a lot for me to just, like, ask a random person that I just met, like, so what do you think happens when we die? Just to, like, get to the meat and potatoes of things. So whenever I'm stoned as shit, I'm just like, don't say it. Don't ask her. Don't ask her. Don't say it. You're going to be high forever. For the rest of your life. You're stuck like this. You were perma-banned. You're stuck like this, and when you die, you're going not to heaven. I don't even know what else there is. But you're not going there. Kunta, what's up, dude? I've been sober since the Reagan administration. How high are you? I'm fine, thank you. I haven't drank or smoked in over a year. Today I drank a crap load of coffee and felt like I was on drugs and didn't like it. Like you haven't drank coffee in a year as well? With all the content you get in, with all the horror stories, yeah, I'd want to be around fun kind of people if altered in some way because there's a lot that's been piled into the brain. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know why. It just like doesn't affect me. Like I'm well aware that like people like the box cutter folk exist, right? And that's a heavy story. That's something that you kind of compartmentalize, I guess. But maybe I don't really know that they exist, I suppose. I hit the 1 year sober mark this week. That's good. Yeah, sober life is best life. 2 puffs is all I do. Puts me to sleep. Well, that's fair, too. If you're just kind of hitting the dab before, or hitting the pen before beddy bye. Too much caffeine makes me jittery as fuck, and I'm glad I don't do drugs for that reason. I like to be jittery. So I got a weird Halloween story for you. My buddies and I were on the way to a haunted house attraction that doubled as a Halloween party. It was sort of what you call a bespoke thing set up by a friend of ours. I just turned 21, so I was used to relying on other people to supply the alcohol at various keggers and gatherings. And then as we drove to the host's house in the hills, it struck me as, holy crap, I was old enough to legally buy alcohol and bring some beers to the party and finally wouldn't feel like such a scab who was always begging other people for beer. And this was the first time that I'd stopped at a convenience store to buy alcohol, and I was buzzed. I had ID with me, and I could legally buy whatever things I wanted, and nobody could stop me. Vodka, rum and gin, and that's what I decided. I told my 2 pals to wait in the car, and they were both 20, and I had a vague memory that some places won't serve you if you're with minors, and I didn't want to risk anything getting in the way of this rite of passage. So I strolled across the parking lot, headed into the head in the clouds. Everything in moderation. A 1 year sober from heroin, that's good. Yeah, my brother is in jail right now. Fucking lame, man. Fucking lame. Yeah. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands. Alright, haven't had a cig since 2016. Still vaping though. I miss the old vape days of box mods. I'll trade the inconvenience for knowing what's actually in my juice. True. They're putting disgusting photos of lungs and other complications you get from smoking here where I live in the cigarette packs. I mean, maybe if it works. I don't know. I can't imagine anybody being addicted that it actually would deter them, other than the people that start. Hey Lena, what's up? Why does YouTube have the weirdest emojis? I don't know. They are kind of like strangely specific to you poop. Takes me about 2 weeks to get rid of a paranoia if you put it down for a while. What, from smoking, right. Oh, and then after you smoke, you're like paranoid to like have anxiety for like weeks afterwards. That's actually crazy. I didn't want to risk anything getting in the way of this rite of passage, so I just sort of went across the parking lot, head in the clouds, and pushed open the door of the convenience store with the confidence of a 21-year-old who no longer has to rely on some fake ID to inevitably fail to buy beer. And the guy at the cash register was some scrawny guy who looked just a bit older than me. He gave me this weird, suspicious look that I interpreted as, "You're underage, aren't you?" And so I shot him this wide, confident smile. Fair enough, I thought. I do have kind of a baby face, so I snatched up a basket to fill with my legitimately gotten gains, and I decided to take my time, browsing the snacks, and maybe I'd buy some Funyuns or Takis or some other snacks for my buddies and I. Beef jerky, that was good, and into the basket that went. Candy corn, that was always a Halloween staple too. And I look over my shoulder at the cashier, and he seemed to be sweating profusely. He wasn't looking at me though, he was just looking at the mirror in the corner that reflected all of the store. I followed his gaze. My heart at that moment absolutely sank. Crouched down an aisle away from me was a man wearing a balaclava and clutching what seemed to be a shotgun. Immediately I realized what had happened. He'd been in the process of robbing the store when we pulled into the lot, and I just sort of walked into the middle of some stick-up. Instead of turning me into bloody paste, the guy had clearly decided to hide behind some stacks with his shotgun pointed at the clerk as a warning. And the clerk asked me if I'd found everything I needed, clearly trying to encourage me to pay and get out, and to call for help. I went along with it, telling him that, yeah, I was done. And there was clearly a tremor in my voice though, and in my own head it sounded like I was pooping bricks. I glanced up at the reflective mirror and saw the gunman beginning to stand up. Oh God, I thought he had clocked me. And I saw his black masked head appear over the aisle, and he did, in fact, clock me. He told me to move to the front of the store. His voice was muffled through that woolen mask, and I obeyed, just trying not to pee myself. And I have no idea why, but I kept hold of my basket of groceries the whole time. The gunman stepped forward, gesturing for me to stand behind the store clerk so we were both within range of that potential shotgun blast. And this was it. I felt like I was going to die. I said a quick prayer, and hoped upon hope that my buddies in the car had somehow noticed what was going on from the vehicle and called the cops on their cell phones. All I had to do was just stall for time. "What's brought you here today, buddy?" I asked the... Oh, let me switch that around. What does it mean to get clocked? I guess, like, noticed. He meant like he got clocked, or like I noticed you. Kind of like being a cop or something. Are my parents still together? Yep. I mean, oh, fuck. Ow. I leaned down my fucking... Oh, my God. Ow. I leaned down, and my... like, left shoulder blade just started, like, cramping up for some stupid-ass reason. Do I participate in No Nut November? Yeah, for like however long from I'm sleeping that day. Ugh. But as soon as I wake up, it's game fucking over, baby. We're back to business. It's Goon-vember. Goon maxing. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, my parents are like, so my father is not my like biological dad, you know what I'm saying? It's like a stepdad scenario, but I've known him since I was like existed. So he's always just been my dad. And you know, they're together. So that's good. Which I am very thankful for, because like who knows what kind of like degenerate I would have. Not saying everybody becomes a degenerate without a father, but like I've seen many people without a father, and or like, you know, and they just, there's definitely sometimes something that's just a little bit not as well behaved, you know what I mean? I need a gooning emoji, just a big splat. Tell the story from the book Dark Stories to Tell in the Dark. Okay. Am I legally adopted? I don't think so, because they got married probably, like, it was funny, it's like they were together, my, you know, parents technically, ever since I'd you know, been existing or whatever in consciousness, but at the same time, I don't think they officially got married until I was like 9 years old, which was funny. And then, so I don't know if there was like some official sort of adoption process or anything like that. So I'm technically an orphan. I'm a grown orphan. You can be that. You can actually still be an orphan as a, well, no, it's if your parents pass away when you're older, you become an orphan. You get re-orphaned. Oh, you got adopted at 13. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, wait, so were you in like the foster care system? I had a terrible headache earlier today and a lot of noise going on around me, so put you on, Joel, and in 10 minutes I'm feeling better. That's good. Yeah, headaches suck, dude. I can't imagine. Did the guy ask the girl out last year? Did they guy ever ask that girl out last year? Who are you talking about? Love-hate relationship with this shit. What are you talking about? Oh, the stream. You love the reading part, you hate the chit-chat part. You ever consider reading a story that actually puts you center stage, Joel? Surely you've experienced something out of the ordinary at some point. I feel like I've done some stuff about myself, but it's been a while. There was a Pennsylvania episode where I did a story, mainly just about weird messages I've gotten. I have a mom, though. Yeah, I have a mom, and I mean, you know, the man that raised me, I call him my dad, and just how it's always been. You know, I know he's technically biologically not, but I'm very thankful for him, and he's, you know, I genuinely do believe that I turned out a better person having him kind of on my ass my whole life, kind of giving me shit and telling me what to do that was correct, rather than being, like, if I would have just had my mom, she probably would have just babied me, you know what I mean? Because that's kind of just how she is. She's sort of like a pushover. I love her to death, you know, but like, it's, I think you need like a yin and yang in life, where you have someone that's a little bit more affectionate, and then someone that's a little bit more of the hard ass in the parental situation, and usually things work out good. If for some reason you ever do Delaware ones, I'll send you some in. I know we got some plentiful people. Yeah, dude, send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Am I stretching? I don't even know. Not like regularly, though I should. Loki live stream recordings kind of all been listening to for sleep, but I fuck with the extra commentary. Yeah, no worries. A balance in life. What's brought you here today, buddy? I remember asking the gunman, and it was the first thing I could think to ask. A dumb question, and he knew it, and I could tell that he was pretty frustrated as he replied, telling me that he was here to rob the place, obviously. and I figured maybe I'd try and appeal to his human side. "I'm just here for the spirits," I said. "Going to a haunted house. I thought I'd pick up some spirits for the festivities." And the guy was wearing a black mask, but I swear I saw him go pale. His eyes were widened, and I had no idea what I'd said or done to affect him so much. And then he asked me, "This place has spirits?" I was kind of baffled. Of course it did. It was a convenience store. And the gunsman's... What's my opinions on? Honestly, I do want you guys to ask me what my opinions are. I'm so self-centered that I start to get a bit of a boner when I hear myself give my thoughts on things. Did that guy ask that girl out last year he worked in an office? I don't know, Barbie, you haven't been here in a long time. Unless you just came back from consciousness right now and are remembering something we don't quite remember. Really, Joel? No, I'm just kidding. You know me. You know me. I don't get a boner when I say stuff. Alright, maybe a little bit. What's up, Lucy? Your opinion on mouth guards? In sports, I think they're pretty good. They protect from getting your shit rocked, I guess. Teeth falling out. Pop my shoulder. What the fuck? Joys of being older. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that. I came out of... My opinion on adult bookstores, whatever. I don't care what you want to read. If you want to read stuff about people jerking each other off, that's cool. Someone makes money off of it. Hey, Lucy, sleep tight. Take care. Steph Curry be chewing his mouth guard like gum. Yeah, it seems like they do it. Thoughts on grapes? I love grapes. Frozen ones are the best. Taste like ice cream. As someone who had to get dental implants, mouth guards and protecting your teeth are things to make friends with. Yeah, for sure, I agree. I sound like someone with esoteric views. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of those. And if you know any more, let me know. The numbers are based on the time when it comes down to the top spots. Whoever was here first and longest wins. That's true, yeah. It seems like just like most interactivity based on length, but I'm not really sure. Thoughts on grapeseed? I heard that grapeseed's not good, like grapeseed oil. Or maybe I'm thinking of rapeseed oil. Your opinion on age anniversaries? Oh, like turning 60 or whatever? I guess it's like having a birthday, right? Because it technically is. You've survived this long and you're not dead. I was baffled. Of course it did. It was a wine and spirits and liquor store. And the gunman's eyes were darting around and the shotgun was shaking in his hands. And that's when I had the dumbest revelation of my life. He thought I meant freaking ghosts. He thought I was here to recruit actual dead spirits to come with me to a haunted house. And then he asked me if they speak to me too, if I hear their voices calling to me, because he does. He said the spirits told him to come here today and rob this place. At that point, I just winged it. I told him that's what they're like here. They're trickster spirits. They're trying to corrupt him so the devil could claim his soul. And this was my job to guide them to a nearby haunted house where they could be at peace. Now, I was rambling, just making up any crap I could think of, because from the way his hands were shaking, it looked like he was buying it. And I told him that he shouldn't give him. Do you freeze them fully or just till they're chilly? I do it like overnight. Like you can throw green grapes. My favorite snack is green grapes. You can throw them into the freezer, same with the red ones. And you pull them out in the morning and they're nice and hard and you bite into them and it's just like chewing into a delicious, probably better than any sort of icy pop, any type of fruit flavored ice cream. It's so good. It's too good. My opinion on deep fried ice cream? I don't know if I've ever had that, honestly. How does it not just melt? Cotton candy grapes. I think I have. And I think they're good. Never tried frog legs. I have not, no. I'm tempted. I hear they are a delicacy. Ever think about reading trip reports again? I thought about it, but it's kind of like similar to reading dreams, I guess. Or they could be fascinating, maybe as like bonus content I could do that. But just baseline, I feel like no one's going to necessarily find them scary unless they too are high as fuck. What does crack a fatty mean? It could mean like they're cracking open a fat like blunt or something, but it could also mean like having sex with a fat person. So it's got a myriad of possibilities. Super bricked up. I told him that he shouldn't give him. Give in. Joel, are you a personality guy or a personality guy giving you the alley-oop? Like, do I have a personality? I feel like I have a pretty good personality. Hey Joel, thank you for the furry Let's Read story because I wanted it to be a cute furry. Hell yeah, I got you, bro. I have a good dream story, but it's definitely horror comedy. Fuck frog legs. My brother tricked me into trying them at a Chinese restaurant and he told me they were chicken. Oh, yeah. I think like some places do that, but it's like on a buffet. And it's like if it's not being like prepared, the last thing I want to fucking eat off of a buffet is goddamn frog legs. Jesus Christ. Joel, what is gooning? Honestly, I'm not really sure. I think it's just like jerking off a bunch. But like doing it for long extended periods of time till you become one. Your mind, your hand, and your wiener all become an amalgamation of the same beast, which is technically true. It seems like all reptiles, maybe amphibians too, taste like chicken. Does Taoism advocate for gooning them to experience being one with the universe? I think that's the only true way to do it. That's why they're still trying to all achieve nirvana, because they haven't figured out till now the appropriate gooning velocity. Do I like raw fish? Yeah, I like raw fish, but it's kind of just like whatever, you know? Like sashimi. I like sushi, because at least it's got some flavor in there. Hey Audrey, what's up? I told him that he shouldn't give in, and shouldn't listen to the voices. He told me that he usually takes medication to keep the voices quiet, but he hadn't been able to afford it for a while, that his dealer was out of town. Great. So this guy was suffering from probably heroin withdrawals and hearing ghostly voices, and had a shaking, sawed-off shotgun pointed directly at us. And suddenly, I heard distant sirens getting very quickly closer. I didn't look out, I just continued to pray that the cops would de-escalate the situation before he could fire off a shot. And what happened next, I cannot explain. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. A bottle of vodka fell off the shelf. It just sort of fell off and smashed onto the ground behind the gunman. Now, the rational part of me knows that he must have knocked it when he was ducking down back there, or maybe it was just sort of poorly stacked, but late at night, when I have flashbacks to this hostage situation, I can't help but imagine. But late at night when I'm gooning, I remember that day. Eggs. To a point where the chick has grown and had feathers and had a beak, but still in the egg. Wait, you ate an egg like that with an undeveloped chicken inside of it? A chicken abortion? Joel the Gooner. What is that emoji? It looks like Someone dressed up as like a little court jester. Can you imagine a court jester who just goons the whole time? That'd actually be so good. A court jester, but they have a little area of their crotch cut out, so they just always have a fucking big old boner. What's wrong with me? I don't know, man. It's tough. It's getting tough. Guys, things are getting tough. It's tough to think of anything funny to say. We got poop, we got boners, we got farts, shit, diarrhea, jizz, big fat load of cum. Oh, fuck, what else? Probably like some mean words could be funny. What if you said like a really mean word and then you said gooner afterwards? That could be funny. But late at night, when I have flashbacks to this hostage situation, I can't help imagine a spectral figure giving that bottle a little nudge. I know that didn't happen, but it was a miracle nonetheless. At that moment, the gunman whirled around at the sound of the glass breaking, and when he saw it was a bottle of spirits, he let out a scream that I swear could have woken the dead. And then, oh my God, this is the part that I wish I could forget. I heard a gunshot, and the gunman's head. Oh my God. What? What the fuck? Oh my God. This is so stupid, but really funny. It's not funny. Guys, don't laugh, but guys, don't laugh at what I'm about to read. Don't laugh. Nobody fucking laugh, or you're getting tickled until you can't laugh anymore. Don't laughy taffy. Okay, you ready? Here we go. And then, oh my God, this is the part that I wish I could forget. I heard a gunshot, and the gunman's head exploded. He'd put the sawed-off into his mouth. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. He'd put the sawed-off into his own mouth and pulled the trigger. I heard the bell over the door sound, heard the cops running in, yelling for me to get down on the ground, and I just complied in some type of daze. My ears were ringing from the sound of the shotgun blasts, and there was blood and all sorts of stuff all over and on me, and to this day when I look in the mirror, I'm convinced that I haven't washed all of it off. Later, we discovered that the gunman had some history of some pretty severe mental illness and drug use. He'd been in and out of a lot of facilities his whole life. Grew up in a care home. He'd been in and out of facilities his entire life. Didn't receive remotely the appropriate mental health care, and he turned to heroin to drown out the voices, and when that all dried up, those voices came back, and it all took. And all it took was for me to mention spirits and an ill-placed bottle to end his tragic life. We never did. Oh my God. Alright. I didn't think it was funny, I just thought it was like funny timing. We never did go to that haunted house party, and I've never celebrated Halloween since. I think I'm haunted enough as it is. I don't know, it was just like 0 to 100 so fucking fast, like him like, it's alright buddy, you know, and then he's just fucking head explodes with a sniper shot from himself. Definitely not swagalicious. Do I remember the Ronnie McNutt case? Ronnie McNutt. That sounds so familiar. Ronnie McNutterbutter. Alright, we are getting close, friends. We are getting close. We got 2 more left. 2 more spooky fucking stories. McNut is a sauce at McDonald's. That sounds delicious. Any advice on getting my cat to love me? He's being a bad bitter and never lets me cuddle him. He just stares at me disapprovingly from the end of the bed. Is he like a kitten? Sometimes you kind of just have to like force them, like grab them, put them on your chest and just sort of like gently pet them there until they're like, well, this is my life now. And then eventually they get addicted to... Oh, he's 13? Oh, so he's the same age as Pradeep. So is he just in like a bad mood right now? He probably just... I don't know. Probably just gotta give him time, he'll be over. What's up, Frost? I didn't have any plans to celebrate Halloween this year. I bought some candy on the small chance that kids in my apartment block might trick-or-treat, but it had never happened before, so I didn't expect it this year. Not only that, I was working late at the office, and by the time I began the walk home, it was past 10 at night. Now, usually I get a taxi, or these days an Uber, but it was Halloween and the streets were pretty busy. It felt safe enough to walk the few blocks home, or so I thought anyway. And there were crowds milling about in costume in the streets where my office used to be, so I sort of mingled among them for a while, making my way to the next block. I expected the festivities to be continuing on that block, but no. It was like it had been completely and utterly abandoned. Wherever the crowds were headed, it wasn't this way. Well, that was fine by me. I hurried down this darkened commercial street. My heels were sort of clacking against the pavement, and the only sound echoing around the... Oh. Hey, Iris, what's up? What's poppin'? What's poppin', slime? My fellow slimes. My vet called my 13-year-old cat a senior and I almost smacked the teeth out of her mouth. I mean, technically, yeah, but I know what you mean. Pradeep just, like, is so kitty-esque still. It's crazy. Post-nut shower time. What about me? Oh, you know me. Just streaming, creaming, flaming. Reading about people blowing their heads off with shotguns. I feel so lucky to have a cat that has bonded to me, but it's gonna hurt so bad. Yeah, I think the time that when Pradeep dies, it will probably like hurt more than like any other dog I had that passed away growing up. I don't know. It's gonna be... I don't even... Like, a part of me doesn't even like want to get another animal out of like fear that it would take away from the attention given to Pradeepicans. Well, that was fine by me. I hurried down this darkened commercial street, my heels clacking against... I hurried down this darkened commercial street, my heels clacking against the pavement, the only sound echoing around the darkened buildings. And then I heard footsteps behind me. They were slow, methodical, and in perfect time to my own steps. Anyone who's ever walked home alone at night will recognize the sound. It's the sound of being followed. So I sped up, and I couldn't risk looking over my shoulder. A large man was walking behind me, and there was no doubt that he was following me. When I stopped, he stopped, and when I sped up, he sped up too. I hurried to the end of the block and stopped, looking for a direction to turn, and that's when I saw him pointing at me. He seemed to be wearing black gloves, and I could barely see his face, but there was no mistaking that this was a threat. His pointing spoke volumes, sort of, I'm coming for you, and I'm going to get you. And that's when I remembered the crowd on the other block. I tried to recall which direction they'd been heading, and I thought that I could cut through to wherever they were going if I went right, not caring. Oops. I should have made tea, bro. Ugh. Listen here, bestie. Do I like Philly cheesesteaks? Yeah, they're good. Good as hell, man. Good as hell. Really no different than any other fucking cheesesteaks. The vanilla honey chamomile tea, that's true. I'm just blowing bubbles. Time for that gawky gawk. Oh, man. I really want to eat, what's his name? What the hell is that name? Jersey Mike's. Really want to get a Philly cheesesteak from there. Or really anywhere. I just want a giant fucking sub. Okay. What the fuck am I doing? He seemed to be wearing black gloves, and I could barely see his face, but there was no mistaking it as a threat. His pointing spoke volumes, this, "I'm coming for you and I'm going to get you." And that's when I remembered the crowd on the other block. I tried to recall which direction they'd been heading, and I thought that I could cut through to whatever they were. I tried to recall which direction they'd been heading, and I thought that I could cut through to wherever they were going if I went right. Now, not caring, I kicked off my heels so I could run easier in my stockinged feet and sprinted down to the next street. And the further I got, the more I realized that I could hear the sound of music and partying. But behind me, I could hear the thundering sound of these footsteps behind me, and the stalker was clearly following me still. Now, thankfully, I was fit and fast, and I worked out regularly. He was a big man, and I was confident that I could outrun him. I was right, and I burst out into this throng of masked demonic... What? We don't have Jersey Mike's in Canada. That sounds so good. It is good, honestly. It's like, it's a fast food place, but it's like basically Subway. But I feel like they actually, I don't know, the quality of the ingredients just seems like way better than Subway and other sub shop situations. LaJoel James. What's a Philly cheesesteak specifically? I don't know. I feel like it has like gross cheese on it. Let's see. Philly cheesesteak definition. It just has a word in the dictionary. A Philly cheesesteak is a sandwich made with thinly sliced ribeye steak, melted cheese, and often topped with fried onions served on a long, crusty roll. The three most common cheeses are provolone, American, and Cheese Whiz, with the steak being cooked quickly and the cheese melted on top before being placed in the roll. Cheese Whiz. Cheese Whiz gross though. Fuck Cheese Whiz. It's gotta be provolone. It's gotta be American. It's gotta be right, or you ain't doing it. No, honestly, you can do triple cheese with the Cheese Whiz. They call that the wonks. You gonna get the wonks in that, John. But it's delicious, let me tell you. I'm fucking drooling. They get it from the cheese caves. Yeah, they just sit there with like pickaxes. The cheese caves of Philadelphia. The cheese, sometimes you have to be careful. It's a cheese cave, but it's also a fentanyl cave. Wait, thankfully, I was fit and fast and worked out regularly. He was a big man, and I was confident that I could outrun him. And I was right. I burst out into a throng of masked demonic figures, and hot damn, I'd forgotten that my city's debut Halloween parade was happening this year. We'd never done it before, a big street party with floats and performers and all sorts of stuff like that. And holy crap, this was the perfect place to lose my pursuer. I pushed through the crowd, not caring if I was disrupting people. Nobody seemed to care, as they were all partying and dancing around the parade float that was currently driving down the street. And on it were these dancing skeletons and corpses popping out of coffins. Cheesecake is so yummy, especially strawberry. Hell yeah, bro. We'll always end up talking about food. Only thing humans are good at, being foodies, being horny, and farting. And probably all three at the same time. Am I submissive? I submit. Am I a Democant or Republicant? Honestly, I don't think I'm either. I think I don't know. I just think it sucks. We've kind of arrived at this point where it's hard to really have any sort of identification with any of it, because because we all just like being pegged, I don't like to be pegged down as any type, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think it's unfortunate we have the two-party paradigm sort of system, because it's just turned everyone stupid. It's like if you're this, you're bad. If you're that, you're bad. You know what I mean? And they can't, there's no room for... Did you ever notice that? None of the... I don't know if you guys do. I mean, I'm sure you guys watch political streamers from time to time, but a lot of them are just so... they don't have debates. None of them ever debate each other. Some of them do, which I admire them for doing it. But it's just, you would think that there would be more of it, more debates, there should be consistent daily debates. You get up there, you give your little speech, have time for some Q&A, right? And then that allows your counterpart to take notes, get up there, give their rebuttal, do their Q&A. You know what I mean? This sort of healthy back and forth of expressing your ideas and speaking to the crowd or whatever. I'm not saying I'd ever be good at it, but I mean, I feel like if you give people enough time to study up on something, or basically the point of it is just healthy discussion, and you just don't really get that anymore. All of it is just so-and-so owns so-and-so, get wrecked, get rolled. Please, guy that says the thing that I like to hear, say the thing I like to hear so I can worship you. I feel so good. I hate labels so much because that's the fucking point. We all ended up in the dirt. Oh, exactly. And it doesn't matter whether one side's doing or something, the other side, it's if there's some sort of economic situation, we all get fucked anyways and all get pulled into it. You look back on COVID, sure that there were different reactions to everything, but if you really look at it, it's both sides were kind of just, not necessarily sides, but both sides of the politician sort of ring were sort of just went along with it, which was one of the largest redistributions of wealth in the history of ever in America, and probably all over the world. And or even right now, I remember seeing something where it was let's see it. Is Ireland boycotting... No, it was some sort of trade deals between Ireland and Israel or something, and Ireland being in the EU. Ireland is not formally boycotting Israel in the sense of a full official trade or diplomatic boycott. However, the relationship is clearly strained, and Ireland is moving toward targeted measures that reflect opposite to certain Israeli policies, particularly around the occupied Palestinian territories. Below are the key points. Ireland has publicly condemned Israeli actions in Gaza and jointly signed letters with other European countries denouncing Israeli policy. Ireland is working on legislation, the Israeli Settlements Prohibition of Importation of Goods Bill 2025, that would ban imports from Israeli settlements into the occupied territories, West Bank, East Jerusalem, but not a full boycott of Israel itself. Ireland is also officially recognizing the Palestinian state in May 2024. What Ireland is not doing, there is no broad blanket trade embargo of Israel. But I just remember they're doing this mild thing, and there's a pretty extreme reaction from Israel for this, basically utilizing all of both Democrat and Republican members of Congress and Senate. And it's kind of just is Israel mobilizing members of American Congress and Senate to combat this? ? Dogs or cats? I love them both, man. They're so cool. A bipartisan group of U.S. House members led by Josh Gottheimer sent a letter to Irish Prime Minister Michael Martin on October 6, 2025, voicing concern about Ireland's proposed Occupied Palestinian Territory Prohibition of Importation of Goods Act 2025, as saying that it singled out Israel. What do you mean it's singled out Israel? It's like if they I don't know, it's just like so stupid. You can't disagree with anything they fucking say ever. Earlier in August 2025, 16 U.S. House members wrote to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent asking that Ireland be placed on a U.S. anti-Israel. See, it's just like, it just doesn't make any sense. That Ireland be placed on a U.S. anti-boycott list of, like, what is this saying? Asking that Ireland be placed on a U.S. anti-boycott list if the Irish bill passed. Some media accounts refer to these actions as Israel's allies in Congress trying to influence Ireland. Yeah, I mean, like, Ireland can do whatever the fuck it wants. There's no confirmed public record stating that Israel's government officials directly coordinated or mobilized those U.S. lawmakers in the sense of orchestrating a campaign. The action of the U.S. Congress members appear to be domestically initiated. No specific mentions of U.S. senators in the major reported letters so far. Most reports are here to the House members. Okay, the word mobilizing may imply a formal coordinated campaign by Israel. The available evidence shows advocacy and pressure, but no clear orchestration. Whatever. I don't know. It's just like you'd go, like, people, like, you see the huge, you know, pro-Palestinian movement occurring within, like, primarily TikTok and social media, and then you see, you know, TikTok get banned and then get purchased by basically a pro-Israeli sort of group. So now it's, like, way more easier to, like, ban any sort of anti-Israel sentiment and that kind of thing. And then you see stuff like this. It's always just, like, such a fucking, like, perfectly coordinated, seemingly, effort to, that, you know, if anything goes against whatever their end goals might be. And it's just like, it's such an abstract thing to me to sort of like observe from an outside perspective, where I'm like, this place is in the middle of the fucking desert, right? That it's the size of fucking New Jersey, right? It supposedly has like formed post World War II when these individuals were at their lowest point ever, you know, and yet somehow, after all of this, it's just like one of the most influential nations in the history of ever. And I just don't get it. I just can't like wrap my fucking head around it. When did the 100% tariffs from China start in the U.S.? I don't know. I'm your CNN now. I got you, bro. I mean, there's nothing I'm not gonna like, I don't know, I'm just gonna read off of ChatGPT anyways. Like, I don't fucking know what's going on. So you're saying size matters. I mean, it's a little, that's what's fascinating, is like this little fucking rinky-dink place out in the middle of nowhere that's supposedly like always under fire, seemingly just like has so much influence on like anything the United States does, and anytime there's any deviation from that, such as the case with Ireland, there's like such a massive push to like counteract those opposing opinions. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, how are they so effective at that? I ended up buying all the printer filament I need to do to the tariff stuff just in case it doesn't hit. At least I'm stocked up. I mean, that's smart, yeah. I mean, it's good to look at like the stuff that you might need and the manner in which those tariffs eventually might affect whatever trade good you're looking for. Yeah, you have to ask the magic 8-ball. Blackmail. I mean, it would make sense, like some degree of blackmail, because it's like if Epstein was like a blackmail honeypot sort of like ring that seems to stretch out further than one can possibly imagine. And then like his sort of cohort was Ghislaine Maxwell, right? And then her dad was, who was the older Maxwell? Do you guys remember Ghislaine's dad's? Ghislaine Maxwell dad, question mark. Ghislaine. Robert Maxwell, right. Born 1923 in Czechoslovakia, now part of Ukraine. Died November 5th, 1901. Found dead in the Atlantic Ocean. Found dead in the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, don't you love this right here? Right here on ChatGPT, it starts going scandal and death. And then it starts typing, it's like, something went wrong while generating. And it's like, of course it fucking did. Piece of shit. But yeah, I just remember finding out that he was like a triple agent with like Mossad, CIA, and fucking MI6. And it's just like, if all these like sort of connections play out, it's like, I don't know, I'm just like wondering to myself, like, is the nation of Israel, is it sort of like a proxy nation for something bigger? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it has so much influence, but it's like, how does it have this influence? Or is it being used as like a front for something much larger than itself? You know what I mean? That is able to leverage such a degree of power. Like, it just seems really abstract and strange to me sometimes, trying to wrap my head around it. Ask ChatBBC to give you a source, so it might reveal to you that it's just making up info and doesn't use any sources. Oh, that might be the case too, yeah. Give me the source! I'm married to a Jewish man. I absolutely cannot stand this BS. Who says the issue is more nuanced, but all I see is a bunch of idiots fighting when they could, I don't know, live together? I don't know. I guess it's just like an ongoing thing, because I mean, it's, I don't know, the continuous expansion and, you know, settlement expansion of like an area, like that's like, you know, and the only way you really do that is through like military might, right? You know what I mean? But it's weird to me to sit there and say like through, since what, 1948, to sit there and pretend that there wasn't, or rather, I guess the settlements really started back in like the late 1800s. So to sit there and say that the expansion into that area in the name of like, you know, a people that previously belonged there didn't, you know what I mean, don't like the only way you can go in there and take it over is you need a military to destabilize it, or you need a military to take it. So it's just like really dumb when there's like some sort of moralistic argument being made that it's like, I don't know, not a concerted effort to occur, you know, to take said area. You know, it just seems really silly to me that there's really, like, you can just, like, you can say it, like, honestly, if you just said you were at war, people wouldn't care. They'd be like, people are used to war. But to sit there and act like you're like a victim in these scenarios, it's like very odd to me. It's like not even like a very successful like linguistic thing at this point. I'm back from Scranton, just parked the semi, now heading home to Tunkhannock. Thanks for keeping me up today. I had a 16-hour day. I'm tired. Good night. Yeah, get some sleep, my friend. Be careful out there on the road. Don't take any cocaine. On it were dancing skeletons and corpses popping out of coffins, and the creepiest song I think I'd ever heard in my damn life was playing from the speakers. And then the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out, something, something, and you'll be the first to die were the lyrics. And for the first time, I genuinely wondered. Scranton is real? And for the first time, I genuinely wondered if I'd fallen asleep at my desk and was dreaming that I was in some horror movie. But someone knocked into me, sending pain through my shoulder, and I realized this was very real. Not only that, the man who'd been following me was now creeping down the side of the hearse float. I started to run again, heading towards the end of the parade, and crashed straight into a group of college-aged guys, spilling one of their beers all down their front. Now, I quickly started to apologize and explain that I was being stalked by a man who actually was going to hurt me, and I thought that they would help me. Instead, they just began tugging at me, demanding that I pay for their drink. One of them tried to grab my purse, and another, clearly off his face drunk, pulled me to him and asked for a kiss. Now, I'd run from one danger straight into another. These young men were clawing at me, snatching at me, and all I could do was scream for help and try and batter them with my purse. I cracked one of them in the side of the head, and he yelled out in pain, but by now, the parade float had reached us and the music was just blaring. The worms crawled in, the worms crawled out, I remember. And then, from atop that float itself, some beefy, muscular skeleton started yelling, and he was screaming at those guys, asking what the hell they thought they were doing. And he starts to jump off the moving float and coming towards us. He was clearly a big guy, and so were the other skeleton figures who had joined him, and they'd been performing. Oh, it's the skeleton boys. I can't tell, is she still being pursued? Surprisingly, recently, some Democrats and Republicans signed a letter praising Trump's opposition to Israeli annexation on the West Bank. I don't know, man. If ever there's going to be a World War III, it's going to be over there. It's going to be... I don't know. I'm just sick of fucking getting, like, baited into their battles, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just fucking done with it. I'm done seeing, like, people at home be just mentally shaken for the rest of their existence because of something that they essentially had nothing to do with. And then you displace however many millions of people from their homes, and it just causes, like, a cascade of just, like, endless human suffering, but seemingly... it's all for some greater good or some bullshit in the moment, you know what I mean? But it just doesn't make any fucking sense. You ever trying to dial 911 but accidentally dialed 619 and Rey Mysterio answered? I believe that's happened once or twice. World War III will be in Europe, you think so? I know that, like, that Chinese professor who's been popping up on YouTube seems to think so, too. But how does it take place in Europe? Like, what, specifically, like, in Russia? Because the old prophecies say it's going to be, like, I don't know, Arab nations against Western nations or something like that. Of course, I guess that's already... maybe World War III's already started then, if that's the case. Everything is going to be alright in the end of times. Ain't really different than 30s or 40s. We're just not there. I guess that's true. I mean, it was kind of fucking nuts, but you know, I guess we just have pockets of insanity here, and we're fortunate to, like, right now live in, like, the comfortable Elysium. You know, if you're in the United States, you're technically in Elysium. Like, you don't have to deal with fucking, like, nonstop barrage of, like, bombings. And imagine being in those fucking trenches in Ukraine. Like, holy fuck. Just, like, the sense of, like, hopelessness that you have as you hear, like, buzzing over you. World War III is on human consciousness, what you're describing. Human consciousness. Can you elaborate further, like, specifics? I miss caramelized peanuts. If digital ID comes here, it might come to America. Oh, yeah, dude, that's what I saw recently is that... okay, so digital ID has started in the UK, or... so it was basically, like, digital ID has started in the UK, right? And then I was seeing that, like, you know, obviously I would hope that people from the UK would fight against that. Will they? Probably not. I mean, everything else just sort of progresses without their permission anyways, so whatever. But then beyond that, it's like some of the banks have already started to correlate your purchases, right, with your carbon impact or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this part of your spending is related to your fun and dance category and stuff, and that has this impact upon your carbon footprint or whatever the fuck. And you know for a fact, eventually, this digital ID tied to your bank account is eventually going to be correlated to, like, your carbon footprint, and then eventually, oh, you ran out of carbon credits, and so now you can't spend any more money on XYZ because of fucking some abstract connection to, like, you ending the world. But then every other corporation in the world would just pay money and never have to fucking worry about that goddamn Ponzi scheme. Social credit score, Chinese already doing. Yeah, but are they tying their social credit score to, like, anything related to carbon? Because I can't imagine China gives a fuck about their carbon footprint. I don't think carbon footprint is what they will have to worry about with that. Well, I mean, it's just the fact that it's going to, like, it can be extrapolated, right? Like, initially it's, like, limiting your purchases, but then eventually it's going to be extrapolated to, like, limiting your, like, mobility, right? Like, oh, well, now vehicles have too much of a carbon imprint, or actually your movements within a certain, you know, radius or whatever of where you live is actually limiting, you know, based on your carbon footprint. You know, there's just going to be so many ways to basically create various control grids on people's activities. Now, a lot of this might sound like sci-fi initially, but the fact that I'm even throwing it out there is probably, you know, putting ideas into some evil person's head. Be like, that's a great idea, Joel. We should fuck everyone's life up. Mike V. Oh no, Sharon L. Thank you for the 5 gifters to Mike V, Hugo Chan, Marta Wantanar, Janny, Hayton, Diaper Nova. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. The flock cameras in the U.S. What are the flock cameras in the U.S.? Can move the cult onto a compound away from society. Dude, we would just kill each other. You know how that goes. You guys would be hanging out in proximity to each other, having to share the same porta potties, and someone would be dead by the end of the week. It's like guaranteed. Flock Safety is a private company based in Atlanta, Georgia. Their flock cameras are stationary solar-powered cameras that capture license plates, vehicle make, model, color, unique identifiers like bumper stickers or roof racks. How they work: each camera uses motion detection to snap photos of passing vehicles, not people, of course. Captured data includes timestamp, license plate number, vehicle characteristics. Police department across the U.S. Controversial concerns. Privacy advocates warn that the enable mass vehicle tracking, creating a form of soft surveillance infrastructure. Data sharing. Flock allows departments to share data with other jurisdictions, meaning your car's movements could be viewable by agencies across the country. Misreads of license plates had led to mistaken police stops. Private ownerships many are operated not by governments but HOAs or private citizens, raising legal gray areas. What the fuck? That's kind of strange. How the hell does a citizen get to own that? I've always said many people always label the threat as the problem. Yeah, what do you mean by that? Just don't go outside. Easy peasy. Stay on your phone and never live. They'd been performing on the parade float, but as soon as they saw these drunk frat bros assaulting me, they leaped to my defense, thankfully. Now these boys scattered into the crowd, yelling and just making vague, drunken threats. I thanked the skeletons, and they explained the direction of the parade would be going and the quickest route that I could take to get back to my area of the city. It was only a couple of blocks away, and I'd just gotten turned around and lost in all the confusion. The Halloween they skedaddled. Those frat bros, come on boys, skedaddle. What does a bad actor mean? Probably like Gal Gadot. The real problem is that we were not ready. Or what do you mean? Not ready for what? What they're gonna do to us? What they're gonna stick in our butts? You don't have a problem with ideas. Your problem is abuse and balance and power dynamics. Right. So how do we put a stop to that? How does people in the UK actually fight back? Because it always just seems like they never have any wins. I hear about the UK and it's just constantly you're fucked, you're screwed, you don't get anything, no, you're bad, you stink, you're a racist, you're a baddie, you're going to jail, you're stinky, It seems like there's never a legal win for them in their civil rights or anything that they push back on. The UK is compromised. Well, I mean, I feel like everywhere's compromised, but there's still I feel legal precedent that can be used to push back against certain, overstepping of the government. But I guess because they don't have I used to just assume that they had some degree of form of constitution, but I guess that just doesn't exist. And you can change the license plate of your car, but the Flock AI doesn't just lock at license plates. Please back up. We need to get labor or Karma Summer as a clown. I mean, I don't know, man. Are things really ever going to get better depending on what party you have? Not that I'm saying I have some alternative solution there or anything like that, but it's hard to say. I feel like it really just comes down to you kind of have to become the government. You have to become a lawyer. You have to become someone with some influence somewhere along the line. The UK's legal system has been a bender the past decade. Yeah, I guess. I feel bad. I'm like droning on about this, but I generally don't have any knowledge or solutions to what we're even talking about. So I apologize. If you had bunkers, they are sustainable and can withstand radiation. You don't have a problem with nuclear war. If you are vaccinated, you don't have to worry about illness. Do you think Tiffany Stratton is attractive? Alright, let's look her up. Now, these are the important questions you guys are asking me. Stratton. Oh, a wrestler? I can't even click anything. Yeah, I guess she's alright. Dude, why is everything so slow? What the fuck? Yeah, she's pretty good looking, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. She's a gymnast. That's cool. How about Vladislava Galag? Alright, I'll look it up. Vladislava Galagan. Oh, see, I like her. Like, she's jacked, which is, I don't mind people being jacked, honestly. I think women with muscle is, I think there's so many variations. Like, women are fortunate. There's so many variations where they're just, like, hot as fuck, you know what I mean? Now that's a lot of muscle on a girl. It's a little bit scary. Like, she's gonna pop my head like a watermelon, but she's got a really pretty face, which just kind of ties everything together, which is nice. That's crazy, the before and after of her, like, being like what the fuck? Like, being like a skinny rail. Like, how, I mean, maybe she took steroids? I mean, I have to assume she took fucking steroids. It's just that, like, if she did take steroids, it didn't, like, masculinize her face at all. Like, she still has, like, the most feminine face. Because sometimes those, like, female bodybuilders take roids and then they, you know, get, hey, everybody, what's going on? How's it going? Great to see you. You know what I mean? You prefer lean beef patty? Yeah, lean beef patty's beautiful. She's gorgeous. Do you think Sydney Thomas or Livy Dune? Alright. Let's just go down a list of hot babes. Would or would not hour. Sydney Thomas. Yeah, she's pretty. Alright, next. Swipe left or right. Livy Dune. Yeah, she's beautiful. You guys are picking all sorts of pretty people. Thanks. You've blessed my eyeballs. Joel thinks everyone's attractive. Yeah, but you guys literally pick, like, the 1% of the 1% of celebrities. You guys are all pretty. Everyone in here is working their hardest, and they're great. They're great to look at. Someone put Gorlock in there. Oh my god, Gorlock. She'd probably be fun to hang out with. What do I look like? I look like a fucking beast. Fucking monstrous monster. Who roars at the moon. I thanked the skeletons, and they explained the direction the parade was going, and the quickest route that I could take to get back to my area of the city. It was only a couple of blocks away, and I'd just gotten turned around and lost in all the confusion. The Halloween decorations and party equipment made the area look almost alien, and so I made my way home, and I was almost at my apartment block, just a building or two away, when something caused me to stop and turn. The stalker. I'd completely forgotten all about him, but he was stood there at the end of the street, a hood covering his face, one black glove held out, pointing at me. Our eyes were meeting, or at least I think they did, and I could barely see his face under the shadow of that hood. And then he began to run, charging straight at me. I turned around and fled as fast as I could to my apartment door, swiping the security key and diving inside and slamming the electric door behind me. The night guard looked up at me in surprise, and I blurted out what had just happened. And together we watched and waited for that stalker to appear in front of the door, as at the same time the night guard called the cops. The stalker never showed up, though. For whatever reason, he stopped following me just before he reached the building. We called the cops, and they checked what little CCTV footage there was on the route home, but with all that Halloween parade and the dark costume the stalker was wearing, the best they got was some blurry shot of me running down the street pursued by some dark shape. And to this day, I have no idea who that stalker was. I've never seen him again, and this was almost 6 years ago now, and every single day I expect to see him following me. I never walk home alone anymore, and I never attend Halloween parades either. Both events on the same night get me a little nervous, and Halloween can be genuinely terrifying, and not always in the ways you expect. Why are there so many stalkers? Can they just live their life than overly obsess over someone? That's a great point, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what goes through their head to be sort of obsessed with someone. Joel, do you act in film? I've done some stuff way back in college or whatever. I mean, I could technically act in film. I think it would be fun. But yeah, I haven't really done any sort of official film bullshit in many moons. Oh, fuck. How long have we been going? 4.5 hours? Perfect. We got one more story, my friends. I think I'm gonna go make some tea. And you can fill me in on the tea when I get back. Never been in one of these. I didn't know you pause mid-story. Yeah, I'm just recording and then I chat with the chat, go back and forth. Second Amendment's been a great solution for the stalker. It's true. Definitely keeps people at bay. The great equalizer. Okay. I'll BRB. I'm going to make some tea. It shouldn't be too long, but please talk amongst yourselves. It's literally tea time. My God, I got back to my battle station here, and Pradeep fucking attacked my ankles and ran away. It's pretty funny, actually. He's such a pursuer. He's so clingy. He says, if I can't have you, no one can. Random mic pops when Joel is gone. Probably be in the song, because the microphone's not, like, you know, connected or whatever. Oh man, what tea did I make? I just got like the, you know, like magnesium powder that's like cocoa. I just got hot water and dumped that shit in there and mixed it around. Now I got cocoa water. I got cocoa hot water. Did you ever get the shoes with the wheels as a kid? I didn't have the wheelies. I know you're talking about, they were kind of like in my high school era. I think kids had those, but they were just kind of gay. So I didn't have those, but I did in 5th grade have a pair of soap shoes. And if you remember soap shoes, they had like a grind plate underneath them. And you could run up to like, you know, a bike rack and fucking grind on it or whatever. Just start rubbing your ass on it. And I remember like Sonic, I remember it was so sick because fucking Sonic the Hedgehog in Sonic Adventure 2 had a pair of soap shoes. That was just like, that shit like blew my fucking mind. I was like, wow, soap shoes have transcended everything. That was their big advertiser push to get kids to buy them. But they didn't last long. Nobody really gave a shit about them. But I remember like rolling around at the speed of sound, and then like at random times you would just like fucking grind down some poles and rolls. Wait, how old are you? I just turned 16. Just kidding. I'm 30 fucking 5. I'm okay with it. I'm honest. Me? Yeah, I'm okay being unk status. Like, boy, you ain't unk. You fucking grunk. You grandpa unk. 35 isn't. It's like upsetting to hear. Isn't 30 unk? I definitely think 30 is unk. Like, if you're 30, it's fine. You're an unk, and it's fine to be an unk. It's okay to be unkified, and I'm quite literally an uncle. I am a godfather to my friends' children. You know, and I think that's a good thing. You know, I'm definitively, and I could. You know what I mean? I could take care of somebody and be a fucking straight up unkalunk. A straight up crunk. A crunk unk. The uncle who's always drunkle. Are you settling down? No. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'd like to. But there's like also, like, I would like very much to have a family and kids. But then there's also like a part of me, I'm like, what if I fucking hate it? Like, what if you know how like people always like they have their kids and they're like, I wouldn't change it for the world. Now just to be clear, I wouldn't change it for the world. I would never give up my kid. What if you got there and you were like, oh my God, this fucking sucks. Every day is pain. Every day is hell. I never get to sleep. And I'm stuck here forever. I'm literally stuck here till I'm dead, and they might actually end up killing me sooner. No, that's not true. I think I'd be happy with it. Whatever. I don't know. I just need to I need to get the fuck out there, bro. My mom told me that she wishes she never had kids. See, that would fuck a kid up, and I feel like I could never, like, I'm sorry she had to say that to you, but it's exactly how you'll feel until you get the older age of your children. Yeah, like once they're like independently operating, like my buddy has, I've told you about them many times. The one's like, she's 9, and then the other one's 5. And like the 9-year-old just fucking does her own thing. She doesn't give a fuck about nothing. She behaved. She's chill. She just goes to her sports and goes to school and has fun, and it's all good. But the 5-year-old still like is a bit much sometimes. You know, she's very sweet, and she listens when you like have to be disciplinary, but it's just there's a lot of like just chaos there still. Just take your friends' kids. I mean, I babysit. Like today, I had to babysit while they had to do something else, and it was, you know, maybe for like 3 hours or something like that. But it is weird. It's like that 3 hours of time, basically just having to like lock in on making sure that they stay like doing something, or you just like constantly have to like do. I mean, granted, I feel like if they were my kids, you could just like take them to what you're doing, you know, and they would just deal with it. My almost 11-year-old is an asshole. My 8-year-old loves to antagonize her with her love. 11-year-old's an asshole. Wonder why. Do you think there's anything you could do to, you know, remove that trait or anything? Probably genetic testing, I imagine. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. How tall am I? I'm 5'10" and a half. Read to them. Easy peasy. No drinking on duty. It ain't fair. Bring you into this world. I'll take you out. Avril or Taylor? Oh man, Avril Lavigne is so beautiful. Is that who you're talking about? Avril, yeah. Is she still producing stuff, or is she dead and a clone? Born. She's not dead. That's good news. Anyways, Avril doesn't look like she aged. Yeah, what's the newest pics? Yeah, she really doesn't. Like, maybe a little bit, but, like, not that much. That's cool. .5'10", pretty much 6 foot, which is pretty much 6'5". It does really blow my mind how quick time goes by, though. Like, straight, for myself, but also just for them. Like, seeing, for them to already be 9, you know what I mean? It just seems like, I don't know. Time legitimately just, like, blasts by, and I feel like you have to, like, appreciate, because I'm like, there's a part of me that's going to be, like, sad. Like, obviously I have my own kids, I could focus on them, but there's a part of me that's, like, a little bit sad that when they get to that age where they're just like, they're not even excited to see you. They're just like, fuck off, I'm going to go hang out with people that are, my age and fun. I'm like, that makes total sense, and I'm sad now. I genuinely have an existential crisis when I realize I'm going to die, and I'm low-key soon, because what do you mean we only have 100 years? Yeah, 100 years is not a ton of time, especially the fact that you see, like, that bassist for Limp Bizkit probably didn't live, like, the healthiest life ever, and they didn't look like they were the healthiest in the current form, but they died at 49. Dude, I'm 35. Like, I still feel like just a, the same old dipshit. And I think everybody will always just kind of be the same old dipshit that they were when they were 17, when they were 21, when they were 25, you know what I mean? It's just like, just keep staying that way. And the weird thing is, I don't even know what the fucking else, what do you even do? I guess at this point, it's like you kind of have to have kids just so you have something to go do and look normal. Honorary Unk. Unky Joe. Unky Joe Young. Unky the Monkey. That's so real. Like, what's the purpose of life? The fuck? I mean, let's think. What do you guys want to go do? Do we want to go to Japan? That's like every weeb's mecca, essentially. We could go to Japan, find Godzilla. Yeah. I'm honestly not too surprised that aliens probably just want to kill us, or like some type of like super elite secret society billionaires just like view us as like worthless eaters, because I can't even think of what to do outside of go to Japan. To them, they probably went to Japan, they were probably born in Japan, and they'd fucking travel through tube systems wherever they want at all times. What other languages do I want to speak? Japanese. Spanish, maybe. I want a couple UFO stories told. Don't know if there's a thing. Yeah, send them in. It could be on the next paranormal. You can remind me. Let's read submission. Or no. Yeah. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Sometimes I wish I was an alien who would contact me and tell me what the universe is. Yeah, but it would probably be like a stupid fucking demon. You know what I mean? You would get like some interdimensional creature that convinces you of some bullshit, and then you end up starting like some weird cult religion, and then everybody thinks you're nuts, but some people might believe you. And that might be pretty cool. Do I know Skyrim? Yeah, what, the game? Or have I been there? In real life. Because have you ever seen like the alien who would talk to you who's interdimensional? Have you ever seen the Mothman prophecies? That's kind of like what that was. It's a good movie. It's a little slow, but it's good. Skyrim is good. Is absolutely freaking goated if you ever get a chance to play it. literally could not understand what the universe is, and on the other hand, we kind of be let down by finding out the universe secrets. Well, yeah, that's the whole fun of it. Like, you know, if you really think about what we are as people, right? Like, okay, think about Giorgio O Giorgia, the guy who like was on that Daft Punk album, and he invented like electronic music or something in its modern era. Probably not completely entirely true, but you think about that guy. Like, what makes him get up every day and get going, even though he's, you know, older than me, which means he's older than sin? Right. Money, attention. Right. What? That? Yeah. You know, I don't know if it's exactly that, but like it's correlated. Like he creates. Yeah, love of the game. That's a great point. He forgot the question. What was the question? No, but like his purpose every day is he gets up and he craft work. Yeah, he works. He gets up and does his craft. Like everybody remembers, who do they remember? They remember Walt Disney for what? Not just being in love with Hitler. They remember him for Mickey Mouse and Disney World and making some sick-ass animations, right? So like everyone's going to remember you for what you create. You know, when you create, you are manifesting an eternal form of yourself. You are manifesting the creative divine energy of God through your work, right? So that's why we always feel so dead inside when we go to a dead-end job, because I don't think that's necessarily what we're supposed to be doing all the time. I think, even though it's very draining, I do think on the side we need to start like finding ways to express ourselves creatively and consider that our true work. You know what I mean? Who knows? And then that's what's going to like live on, right? What's going to live on beyond yourself is that, yeah, that certain sense of self-fulfillment, which can be your creative endeavors, when you crochet something, when you paint something, the music you make, the voice that you project out there, your writing, but then also probably why we feel such a strong degree of fulfillment from our children sometimes, except when they like kill us or disappoint us or become, you know, not so good. But they are a manifestation of work, you know. That, you know, in a similar sense, they are also a creation external from ourself. Once again, a similar parallel to like Adam and Eve in the garden, right? It's God creating man. They are both his children and they are also his art. And who knows, maybe God's dead. I'm not saying he is. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying, like, when you die, the stuff that you created will live on and have purpose and be great. But then in the same way with your children and stuff, but maybe that's what happened with God. Maybe he's dead and he created us and we just like perpetuate along this like larger purpose. Why is it so important? Oh, hi, Christy. Christy, I thought you were mad at me before. I was worried. I'm a people pleaser. I love to please people nonstop. Just kidding. But what's so important about being remembered? You know, that's a good point too. Like, there's really no absolute need for any of us to be remembered. I'm saying, going back to the analogy of Giorgio O Giorgia, or whatever the fuck his weird French name is, like, he gets up every day not to go eat donuts at McDonald's and have diabetes and use Ozempic or whatever. He gets up to like what, when you look at Giorgio or Georgia, like, people, the young people come up to him. They respect him because he is a known, capable creator. They include him in their music. They create an homage to him. My point being is, like, he actually gets up every day and feels a certain sense of purpose from the things that he has spent a large amount of time, you know, manifesting and curating and creating. And it's like, I think that's what you're supposed to do. I think, at least, and obviously it's going to be something that continues onward, you get remembered for, and that might give you also a certain continuous sense of solace in knowing that, well, what I made will continue onward, and that's good enough for me. And that keeps me at least feeling peaceful unto death. But I think also to extend your life, you need to be like continuing to do those things as well. You went to a Halo 2 midnight release. It was kind of magical, not gonna lie. I'll be honest with you, that was peak society, sadly. No, what am I saying? It's good, but you just gotta create gooder things. We're gonna create gooder things. Even if Israel brings us into World War III or something fucking stupid and everybody gets exploded, I still think that there's good to come. We could say no. We could just say no, we're not participating. But regardless of whatever they get thrusted at us next, I think good is to come, and you have to make the good. You got to make the good. You got to create stuff. You got to, like, isn't it so, imagine how sick it would feel if everyone pre-orders your video game, your book, your fucking porno magazine. Like, imagine how cool that would feel. That they're all waiting for you to give their life a little bit of excitement for the weekend. Not much concern about being known for it, but the work existing and doing what I hope to do is going to have to be enough. And that's all you can really do. You got to enjoy the process. What's up, Christy? Hi, friends. I've been deep in the weeds with school. I got a sense of purpose crunching numbers on soil erosion and farming. That's good, you know? If you feel you're working towards like a larger, you know, thing. But we got to find a degree of satisfaction in our work. And honestly, I want to thank you guys as a whole, on the whole, in your whole. I want to thank you for giving me a deep sense of like something, even though sometimes I feel a little disconnected being on the internet in general, and I don't get to like see the true joy on like people's faces. But like, you know, I am very thankful when you guys say you get some sleep, because that's you know, that some people saying that I'm better than, you know, Ativan or some type of sleep medication or whatever the fuck. Like, that's a pretty big honor to be told that, honestly, even if I guess it doesn't always make complete sense, you know. I'm so wholesome. Let me get some of that donut hole. Better than Minecraft rain music. Xanax, Ambien, that's the one I was thinking of, Ambien. Xanax works too, but all of it very addictive. I was writing blogs for my company's SEO content, and I had some crazy numbers under my belt with several articles. I was writing blogs for my company's SEO content. I had some crazy numbers under my belt with several articles. What does that mean? Was that related to something else? I missed it. Do you want to work for me? You can work for me. I'll hire you. You're hired. You owe me money, though. Just kidding. I was pissed after I left. My last scheduled one got stolen by the guy that paid to write instead of me. Damn. Cooper with a 5. You're doing great. We look forward to the stories each and every time. Thank you, Cooper. Love you, bro. In all seriousness, I would listen to a pile of back episodes, so I'm working a lot because your tone is very chill and even. Thanks, D. Logic or Eminem? I gotta be honest, I haven't listened to a lot of any Logic that I can remember. I'm sure he's cool. Eminem, I used to love Eminem when he was Slim Shady. It was just more fun back then. Now it's a little angsty for me, but I'm not going to say any further because I get a lot of shit when I talk shit on Eminem's. He's going to cancel me like Gen Z. Because this is a good reader and you make much more bearable. Thank you. Of course, I got you. But you guys got to promise me. You got to promise me that you're going to try to create something out there. You know what I'm saying? You got to promise me that even if it's just like burning wood to draw like cool ass Native American shit onto like wood that you chopped down or found and then you sold at like a local fucking, you know, pumpkin festival. Pumpkin. People get so mad when I say pumpkin. That's how you fucking say it. It's not pumpkin. I ain't pumping inside of that pumpkin. It's pumpkin. It's soft. It's a soft pea. It's a soft pile of piss. You slept twice during the stream. What am I talking about? It's been fucking 5 hours and I'm still yapping about nothing. It's a plumpkin. Night Finksy, take care. It's a blumpkin. We all want one. We all got one. When I was in college, a friend of a friend threw a small Halloween house party. Nothing too wild, just the usual decorations, costumes, punch, apple bobbing, and vodka, the usual. And when we arrived at the party, the center of the living room couch had been taken up by a werewolf. Now, I'd never seen a werewolf mask like it before. It was like something out of a movie. And you would swear that it was a professional prop. His snout looked wet, his maw was glistening with saliva, and his werewolf hair looked genuinely real, and his eyes, man. I had no idea how he even saw out of the mask's eyes. But they were fully realistic eyeballs, just incredible. And this dude was just sort of sitting there in the middle of the couch. If it hadn't been for the fact that he only wore a mask as part of his werewolf costume, I might have assumed that he was a prop. But below the mask he wore a sort of Hawaiian t-shirt and chinos. He had thin, knobby legs, these dirty sneakers, and on his arms he had tattoos that looked suspiciously like prison tattoos. And I figured they were just sort of drawn on, like it was some werewolf character that I didn't know about. Now, I'm not a big werewolf guy, so I figured that I couldn't ID the particular werewolf that he was dressed as. And occasionally, one or two of us would sit next to him and try and talk to him. But man, the dude stayed in character the whole night. At first, he just let out this sort of wheezing growl, and after a while, he'd just sort of stare forward silently. And the party went on, and the werewolf continued to sit there. We began to speculate who he might be. And eventually, it hit. He was our friend Josh, and this was exactly his MO. Last Halloween, he'd come dressed as a mannequin and stood in the corner for an hour before finally moving and scaring the crap out of us. So if it was Josh, we wanted to leave him and see what he'd do. Surely he had a big scare planned for us. Josh did have a big scare planned for us, in fact. At just before midnight, he burst in through the front door dressed as Leatherface, swinging a toy chainsaw. And he apologized for being late, but his car wouldn't start. Now our eyes darted back between Josh and this werewolf, and the werewolf and Josh, and the werewolf just sat there, staring at us, unmoving, and it was beginning to just unsettle us. We explained the situation to Josh, how this werewolf was just sitting there, staring, and he got extra freaked out about it. And so he went over to this guy and says, "Buddy, say something. Buddy, who are you?" No reply. So Josh grabs the werewolf mask and pulls it off. And I'll never forget the sight of that gray face. Yellow bile had dripped from the corner of his mouth. His sightless eyes stared at nothing, and he was clearly and obviously dead. And cue a massive panic at the party dispersed. Panic at the disco! Panic at the disco. Oh my fucking god. Judith, welcome back for 64 months. Judith, you have as many months as Jensen. I've honestly listened to all your content, including the live stream. I have a lot of time to fill. Apparently your voice calms me. Thank you, Judith. Thank you. It's good to see you. Yellow bile. Yeah, I guess he threw up or something and he died. I don't know. Clean up on aisle 6-7. Elvis Stajilko, the Canadian figure skater, is the best Elvis to date. Oh shit, he actually named himself Elvis. Oops. Elvis. It's just gonna be gay porn. Stajilko. He's the best Elvis to date? Oh, like current, like actually name. Oh no, he's Elvis on Ice. Nice. Freaking poggers. Figure skating does look really awesome though, I'll be honest with you. Like just the fact that you can like flow and spin and twirl and jump in the air, but you're riding a very thin line that could crash at any moment. There's something poetic about it. Remember Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan? Aren't those news people? Tanya Harding and Nancy. Oh no, they're ice skating people. Nancy Kerrigan. You know, I knew their names, but I didn't know anything about figure skating. I just remember one time a girl dressed up as Sailor Moon, and it was pretty cool. Your voice is creepy and stresses me out. Feels like nails on a chalkboard. 11 out of 10 spooky content. That's offensive. That's offensive, and the Canadian government will be on their way to give you assisted... What do they call it? Assisted killing. Did you guys see that? Someone sent me a meme. It was basically like they were like lowering the age for assisted death or something for kids in Canada. Who wants to talk about negative stuff? Anybody? But still, it was just like, it seemed like one of those things where it was like fucking like next level dystopian. Sad. Cue a massive panic as the party dispersed and we called the cops. Thankfully, none of us were under any suspicion, as the autopsy revealed that he'd taken a massive drug overdose, apparently stumbled into our party, sat down, and just sort of quietly died on my buddy's couch. He was just some homeless guy in his 40s, and none of us knew him. The cops couldn't even find a confirmed identity on the guy, and in the end, we were the only ones at his tiny funeral, covered by the state. And for whatever reason, this old homeless guy had decided to pump himself with a cocktail full of drugs, put on the most realistic werewolf mask I'd ever seen, and come to our party to die. The least we could do was just give him some kind of send-off. I still don't know his real name or why he chose our party to end his life, but I still think about him sometimes, and I hope that he's in a better place, living his best life and howling at the moon. Well, that was a heavy story. That one was good. I actually really liked that one. I mean, it sucks he's dead, but from a content perspective, you know, sometimes you gotta be pragmatic. Cater with the 5 says, growing up, my mom was obsessed with figure skating as any otaku about anime. If figure skating has cards, my mom would have the whole set. Oh, your mother was an otaku? What is that again? That sounds dangerous. In Japan, a young person who is obsessed with computers or particular aspects of pop culture and to the detriment of their social skills. Otaku. Isn't there like a magazine called Otaku? That's widowy a swear for nerds. You remember your stories a week after you read them, Joel? I do, usually. I'm pretty good at it. I've got the mind of an elephant. An elephant never forgets to kill. Did I think about you during my off days? Yeah, I guess so. About as much as I can, because I feel like I don't technically know a lot about you guys. Like, I know you, but it's from a very strange and abstract social perspective that's like completely specific just to myself, you know what I mean? I don't truly know you, you know, sadly. Or maybe goodly, I don't know. How much I want to crush you with a hydraulic press. That's what I'm thinking about. I think about every one of your faces. I'm like, okay, put them in there. Maybe I can put 2 of them underneath. Just kidding. JK. It's called edgy humor, conservatives. I do know the word skedaddle. I think about skedaddling everybody in here. Do I remember your name? Oh yeah, you told me you have a name that's specific to yourself. Did it start with a C? Was it Connor? It probably wasn't Connor, was it? Basically the old art geek version of this one time at Bandcamp Girl probably sums it up. That's fair. Stories are top tier. Thank you. Thanks, Peter. Paytor. No, Joel. No. Joel, you fool. I'd love you. We wouldn't fight at all. That's good. No, I mean, honestly, Christy, for as, and I say this respectfully, for as liberal as you are, the fact that you've stuck around and hung out, even though I've said things that differ from your perspectives, I'm saluting you right now. I'm holding up a 4-finger salute. One thumb. The thumb's up my ass. A 10. Hut. Do I remember your name? I hope so. Tribalism is so passe, guys. I'm over it, bro. I'm fucking giggling. Every person who's wild about that shit to me is just lolcow. It's lolcow material. And I'm chortling. I'm doing a fucking full chortle with a little fart coming out of my cock. Liberals love comedy, despite what the MAGA crowd says. What's your favorite comedy, though? What's a liberal's favorite comedy? We're going to find out right now. Cast your liberal votes into the liberal chat. This is a liberal safe space, everyone. Only liberals can talk right now. Conservatives, shush. Shushy. Shushy shushers. Stand-up or sitcom? It's actually great. Stand up or sit on cum, right? Well, you can say favorite stand-up. That's going to tell me a lot more about who you are as a person if you tell me your favorite stand-up comedian. But also maybe like a actual edited movie, like a feature-length film. Jorkin your lib dong. Everybody's up jorping your lib dong. Dave Chappelle, George Carlin. Joel, what am I like? I don't know, tea time. I just always kind of view you as maybe you're like a little girl or something. Little girl who wears like sort of a doll's dress. I'm just kidding. I don't know. JK. But you also have nunchucks, and you're pretty dangerous, and you take on the clanker army. Wait, what it was? All right, guys. Okay, I can't keep up with everyone here. Are you guys all liberal? Because I specifically, it's like Adult Swim, but it's for liberals. Not the television stuff, but like the actual swimming time. Well, Cooper, you can't... No, guys, you can't talk if you're not... You know the rules. If you do, YouTube will know, and then it'll tell me. I'm not a true lib, was lib... No, I'm just kidding, I don't care what you... I literally... This is just I'm just making a joshing joke. Anyways. Wait, did you guys tell me... You guys like Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K., Daniel Tosh. We got... Who else? Oh, wait, my favorite stand-ups are Dara O'Brien, Lewis Black, Jon Stewart, Ivan Decker, Rick Mercer, and Hannah... Oh, Hannah... Okay. Okay, Hannah Gadsby, let's see. I know that name. I know Hannah Gadsby. Okay. Alright. I learned a lot today. I've created a psychological profile of all of you based on your favorite stand-up comedians. You will be logged. You will be correlated. Your data will be crossed. You will be uploaded to Palantir. And all of this will be used against you in the future during the trials. The Hannah Gadsby one, we'll see what the computer says. I'm a government shrink. I'm shrinking. I'm literally shrinking. I'm so tiny right now. Alright, let's read the outro. You guys want to think of something funny? Wait. Where's Cater? Cater, you gotta think of something funny for me. Since you're the in-house comedian connoisseur. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, what's the difference between a man and a savings bond? It's going in there, Cater. If I don't get a laugh from this, there's going to be hell to pay. It's also a very misandrist joke, and my audience is full of a bunch of misogynists, so this is going to create like a sort of dark matter meets normal matter type scenario. I listen to Rush. Does that say anything about my politics? I love Rush, bro. Rush is so good. What's the one fucking song where he's like, what's the one literally talks about like he can't be bought. It's like a Rush lyric where he talks about not being bought. Right? Is that him, or am I thinking another band? Another band. Why the fuck? Like, you type something into Google, just fuck. Yeah, Tom Sawyer, thank you. Yeah, Tom Sawyer's fucking good, bro. You missed Twist of History? Well, guess what? It's never coming fucking back, ever. Twist of History is history. And that's okay. I'm just kidding. We'll make another one. We'll breach contract and make another one. I'm just kidding. But we can appreciate it while it lasted, right? The dark side of the Force leads to many abilities some many consider unnatural. We got Saturn Soul, baby. It's so wildly different. It is, isn't it? It's so girly pop. Twist of History is so girly pop. We moved on. This is a Saturn Soul house. What's the difference between a Ferrari and a pile of dead babies? I don't have a Ferrari in my garage. Holy crap. Holy crap, Peter. What do you call a woman with a... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Guys, I'm losing my fucking mind. I heard a funny joke. And now I'm gonna yell about it. Make my K-pop channel. I don't know. I need to do something. I need to do something the frick else. We got this, we got that. South Park's newest episode. I've not, no. It's been a bit since I've watched some South Parkington. I don't know. What else should we talk about? You guys want to look up anything else on the internet or anything? And then even though it gives us no sources, it's fine. A shaving channel. I don't really shave, honestly. I go to a barber to get trimmed up. I just don't really, I mean, I guess I shave in the sense that I have to get like underneath, you know. Well, you know what I mean, like under the neck, whether I turn into an otaku. Do I think Esther Exposito is attractive? Now these are the important questions. Esther Exposito. Yeah, she's pretty. She seems fun. Someone that, you know, you'd want to, you know, look at, raise your kids or something. What the fuck? She's got a full-on... Alright, we won't look any further. What about Maya Goth? Dang, there's so many cool... Isn't it cool there's so many hot people on Earth, you can just look at them on the internet? Maya Goth. Where's her eyebrows? You know, even without the eyebrow situation, she's still pretty. Wait, is she dating Shia LaPoop? Holy crap. Holy crap, Peter. Where'd they go? You know, the graphic animation displays the important question. It's just you Googling hot celebrities. Yeah, you can just keep adding them to the list. Just do it! Some people need to do stuff with their eyebrows. Well, she in particular, because... Well, is it just because her hair is so light? Wait. Oh my gosh. Was Maya Goth in, that Ari Aster film? Oh, she was in Pearl. Oh my... Wait, Pearl's from 2022? Dude, I thought Pearl was some old-ass movie. I did not realize... Oh my god. I saw the clip from Pearl where she fucking stabs the dude in the neck, and I thought that shit was from the 80s. That shit is terrifying and probably what's gonna happen to me. Do you think Supergirl Millie Alcock is attractive? Let's see. Millie Alcock. Guys, you're giving me like the easiest layups ever. Everyone who's a celebrity is hot. You gotta give me some obscure ones. Give me some weirdos. Give me some ones that like you legitimately find unattractive. Like Henry Cavill, like of course, dude, he's a fucking god amongst babies. Amongst baby boys. Leah Halton. Oh, come on, dude. What even is that? That's like asking, do you think Mia Khalifa's hot? Lucy Hale? Piper Niven, okay. It was written in all caps, so we gotta do that one. Piper Niven. Oh. Alright, well, let's see here. Let's see. Well, she's a WWE girl, which I gotta give her props for that. She seems to like eating cake, which is fine. I do too. Okay, this was a good one. This is a good ask. Okay, how much? Weight. 315 pounds. Oh, 209. Well, technically I weigh more than she does. She must be like 5 foot nothing. Jesus. But she could suplex me if she wants to. Arnold Schwartz. Who the hell? Arnold Schwartz. Wait, did he change his name to Swartz? No, he didn't. Is there just a baseline guy? Just a different one? Yeah, I'm just stocking up on the goon material. Lillian Gish. Lillian Gash. Lillian Gishy. Oh, a classical babe. Very cool. Very PogChamp chat. Good suggestion. See, honestly, if anybody has a grandmother, there's nothing I love more than like looking back at their grandmother's old photos and just being like, damn, nice. And just naturally, if you've made it to grandmother status, you're just immediately beautiful to me. All grandmothers are perfect. I don't even care if they were, you know, part of a particular government that was bad. They can do whatever they want. Jessica Henwick. All right. Gazing. Henwick. Oh, yeah, she's pretty. Is she Filipino? Belabino? Beetlejuice Green. Beetlejuice Green. Oh, he's gorgeous. I love him. He's got amazing facial structure. You know, I hang around. I just hang around. My favorite ones are like, yo, Beetle, you drink? Like, nah, man, I quit drinking, man. I quit drinking. I'm sober now, man. He's like, all right, nice. You want to go get a drink at the Chinese buffet? Like, is it Chinese buffet? Yeah. We'll just like stop by, get a drink, maybe get a couple shots. And he's like, couple shots? All right, I'll do that. Kristen Stewart, yeah, she's pretty. Tara Strong. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Fucking fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Damn. Who is she? Oh, she's the roles that changed her life. She's a voice actress. She's fucking gorgeous. Holy crap. Holy freaking Sally Carrera. Sally Carrera. Oh my god. just start showing me cartoons and furry porn. Like, what do you think about Bob the Builder? Shay Mitchell. Shavy Mitchell? Wait. You guys are just shooting 10 out of 10s out of here. Which is fine. Honestly, it doesn't hurt my eyeballs that much. How about a twig or a ukulele? Would you have sex with that? Yvonne Craig as Batgirl. Let's see it. Yvonne Craig. Oh, wow. Yeah, it always kind of like blows my mind. You like go back in time and you just see like this sort of timeless natural beauty of people. Like, holy shit. This seems to be a much more achievable beauty standard than what it is we have nowadays. Where you just kind of get to be you, you know? Nikocado Avocado. We already hooked up. FKA Twigs was one of the best shows ever. Malik Delgado. Alright. Alright, guys, we're only doing 10 more, okay? Malik. Oh my god. Just him with his cock in his underwear. Damn. That's sick, though. I don't know. Sometimes I see dudes and I'm like, good for you, man. Looking fucking hot as shit. With your mushroom print taking up most of the fucking blanket. That's awesome. BB No Money. I think I've heard of him. It was like loosely related to the Asmongold bullshit. Oh, he's a good looking guy. He looks like he fences. He picks up a thing, he's like, on guard. On guard. And then he puts a Z in your like fucking shirt. And then your blouse falls apart. Hood Mr. Beast? Hell yeah, brother. Hood Beast. Hedy Lamar. I've seen Hedy. She's gorgeous. Kathy Ireland. Kathy Ireland. What a name. Named after her homeland. The beauty herself. Big, gorgeous blue eyes. I do feel kind of sad that some of these models, like as they get older, they have to, you know, do the whole touch-ups and Botox and whatever but it is what it is. You do whatever you want with your body. I don't care. Who was the girl from Starship Troopers again? Starship Troopers actress Denise Richards, man. Yeah, good God. Denise Richards was like actually unstoppable back in the day. It was like painful staring at her. Made me realize I liked women. Halle Berry, yeah, Halle Berry is beautiful. Lucy Liu. Ooh. Maybe, what do you mean, ooh? Who are you looking at? Everyone is perfect at all times. There you go. I stand with that. Alright. Goon session over, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Rosie O'Donnell's probably the top of the list. Very nasty woman, very nasty. Just kidding. I honestly really liked Rosie back in the day when I was a wee laddie. But Denise Richards is it? Dude, look at her when she was in Starship Troopers. She was fucking like just like chef's fucking kiss to the stars. Oh my god, I release this gaseous demon from my body. It was the horny. It was the horny that left me. Georgina Rodriguez. Yeah. Yeah, guys. You sent me the hot people. I appreciate that. Hotties only. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Come on, you already know the answer. Marilyn Monroe. Rachel Welsh? Raquel Welsh? Raquel Welsh. Oh, Yes. Yes. Very good. Interesting. I have 2 boners now. Alright. I gotta get going, guys. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for being great. Who was the most beautiful ever? I don't know, honestly. Maybe Milk Dud. Have you guys ever seen the celebrity Milk Dud? She was from like the 20s. Look Milk Dud up. Alright, I love you guys, appreciate you. I'm gonna go edit these stories. They'll be up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month for early access over there. You'll get it first before everyone else. If you got gifted a membership tonight, be sure to say thanks and go check out the bonus content. We got some newer stuff on there now. We're gonna keep updating it. Mrs. Butterworth, she's my dream bitch. But love you guys, appreciate you. I'll be back streaming probably, I guess, Sunday. Otherwise, new video comes out tonight, Thursday at 9 p.m. EST. Please watch it right when it comes out. Really helpful. And yeah, follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. Otherwise, I'll see all of you beautiful people who are beautiful than all these celebrities next time. Be good, be nice, be open-minded, you know the deal, and go to the gym and create something. Fuck's sake. Just kidding. It'll be fun. It'll be really fun. Bye.